Hey hungry minds, tonight we're not talking about recipes, cooking tips, or what to make for dinner. We're going somewhere way more interesting, straight into the wild, weird, and surprisingly epic history, hiding inside the food you eat every single day. Spoiler, your kitchen is basically a time machine, and you've been using it without even knowing. Think about it. That pinch of salt you toss into your pasta. Soldiers once got paid in that stuff. The honey in your tea? Archaeologists found a jar of it in an Egyptian tomb 3,000 years old, and it was still perfectly edible. And vanilla? Oh, we're absolutely getting into vanilla. It's stranger than you think. Every bite you take has a backstory longer than most countries. So before we dive in, hit that like button if food history sounds like your kind of rabbit hole, and drop a comment right now. Where in the world are you watching this from? What time is it? I genuinely want to know. Now grab your favourite snack, very on theme by the way, get comfortable, and let's go back in time one ingredient at a time. There's something beautifully absurd about the fact that the thing you currently have in a plastic shaker next to your stove, the thing you probably bought for less than $1 without giving it a second thought, was once so valuable that entire empires were built around controlling it. Wars were started over it. People were enslaved for it. Cities rose and fell depending on who had access to it. And yet here we are, casually dumping it into pasta water like it's nothing, occasionally feeling slightly guilty when we use too much. The audacity of us, honestly. Salt is one of those ingredients that sits so quietly in the background of modern life that we barely notice it's there until it's not. And then, suddenly, everything tastes like sadness. Unseasoned chicken, bland soup. That one time you forgot to salt your scrambled eggs and your whole morning felt slightly off. Salt is so fundamental to how we experience flavour that our tongues have dedicated taste receptors specifically for detecting it. Not as a bonus feature, as a biological priority. Your body genuinely needs sodium to survive, and somewhere deep in our evolutionary past, our ancestors learned to crave it the same way they craved calories, because finding it meant the difference between making it through winter and not making it through winter at all. But to understand why salt was so extraordinarily powerful for most of human history, you have to forget everything you know about grocery stores, refrigerators, and that little blue Morton container. You have to go back to a time when keeping food edible was not a given. It was a challenge, a daily, urgent, life or death kind of challenge. Imagine you're a farmer somewhere in Central Europe around, say, the year 500. You've just had a reasonably good harvest. You have grain stored away, some root vegetables buried in cool earth, maybe a pig or two you've been fattening all year. Winter is coming not in the dramatic fantasy series sense, but in the very literal, very cold, very hungry sense. The problem is simple and devastating. Meat spoils. Fish spoils. Almost everything you want to eat in February spoils if you don't do something about it in October. And without salt, your options for preservation are extremely limited. You can smoke things. You can dry them in the sun if you happen to live somewhere sunny enough and patient enough. You can ferment certain things, but that's a whole other story we'll get to later. Or, if you can get your hands on enough salt, you can pack your food in it, draw out all the moisture, and create an environment where the bacteria responsible for spoilage simply cannot thrive. Salt preservation isn't magic, though for most of human history it might as well have been. The science behind it is fairly elegant. Bacteria need water to survive and reproduce. Salt, being hygroscopic, meaning it actively pulls water toward itself, essentially dehydrates the food and the bacteria simultaneously, creating conditions so inhospitable that decomposition slows to a crawl or stops entirely. The result is food that can last for months, sometimes years, in a form that is still edible and still nutritious. For a world without cold storage, this wasn't a cooking technique, it was a survival technology. And survival technologies, as history keeps reminding us, have a funny way of becoming extremely valuable, extremely fast. The earliest evidence we have of deliberate salt harvesting goes back somewhere around 6,000 to 8,000 years, depending on which archaeological site you're looking at and how generously you interpret the evidence. Some of the oldest known salt works were discovered in Romania at a site called Lunca, where ancient people were boiling brine springs to extract salt long before anyone had invented writing, wheels, or apparently anything resembling work-life balance. In China, similar evidence of salt harvesting dates back thousands of years, particularly around the edges of salt lakes in what is now Shaanxi province. The point being that as soon as humans started settling down, growing food and trying to eat through winter, salt became non-negotiable. It wasn't a luxury, it was infrastructure. The ancient Egyptians understood this with particular clarity. Egypt's relationship with salt was intimate and multifaceted in ways that go well beyond dinner. The Egyptians used salt extensively for food preservation, particularly for fish from the Nile, which formed a significant part of the diet for working people along the river. But they also used it in a rather more sobering application that has made ancient Egyptian salt work famous in a completely different way: the preservation of the dead. Natron, a naturally occurring salt compound found in dry lake beds across Egypt, was the key ingredient in mummification. The same chemical principles that kept salted fish edible for months were applied to keeping human remains intact for what the Egyptians intended to be eternity. There is something philosophically interesting about a civilization that used the same essential substance to preserve both its food and its ancestors, though we'll leave the deeper implications of that to someone else. What Egypt had in natron deposits, other ancient civilizations had in coastal access or inland salt springs. The crucial variable was always geography. If you happened to be born near a salt source, congratulations, you had something everyone else desperately needed. If you weren't, you needed to either trade for it, travel long distances to get it, or do without, which, as we've established, was not really a viable option. This geographic lottery created some of the ancient world's most consequential trade dynamics. The ancient Greeks traded salt along routes that connected the Mediterranean world in ways that extended far beyond the exchange of the mineral itself. Salt moved alongside olive oil, wine, grain, and textiles, creating webs of dependency and relationship that formed the backbone of early commerce. The Phoenicians, those extraordinarily adventurous traders of the ancient Mediterranean, were moving salted fish across the sea centuries before anyone had thought to build a Roman Empire. Salted fish, particularly a fermented fish sauce called garum, would eventually become one of the defining flavors of the Roman world. Used the way we might use stock or soy sauce today, added to almost everything to deepen and intensify flavor. The production of garum required enormous quantities of salt. The appetite for garum required enormous quantities of production, and so the demand for salt grew alongside the appetite of an empire that, at its height, stretched from Scotland to Mesopotamia. Rome's relationship with salt is where we get one of those genuinely satisfying etymological stories that feels almost too neat to be true, and yet happens to be accurate. The Latin word for salt is sal, the Latin word for the allowance given to Roman soldiers, which at various points in Roman history included salt or money specifically allocated for purchasing salt, is salarium. And from salarium, through various linguistic tumbles across centuries and languages, comes the English word salary. So the next time someone asks about your compensation package, you are, linguistically speaking, being asked how much salt they're giving you. The Romans would have understood this completely and seen nothing unusual about it. We've just forgotten the original frame of reference. The question of whether Roman soldiers were literally paid in salt, or merely given an allowance for purchasing it, is one of those historical debates that has occupied classicists for a while now, and produced more academic disagreement than you might expect from what seems like a fairly straightforward question. The ancient writer Pliny the Elder, who gets cited constantly in these conversations, wrote that in earlier times Roman soldiers received salt as part of their pay rather than money. Some modern historians argue this was already a literary convention by Pliny's time, a nostalgic reference to a simpler past, rather than a description of current practice. Others maintain there's genuine evidence for direct salt payment. The honest answer is that it was probably both, at different times, in different places, and that the exact details matter less than the broader point, which is that salt and economic value were so thoroughly fused in the Roman imagination that the connection persisted in the language long after the specifics had changed. What no one argues about is that Rome understood the strategic importance of salt with bureaucratic precision. The Via Salaria, the salt road, was one of Rome's oldest roads, running from the salt flats near the mouth of the Tiber all the way inland, and its name is not subtle. It was literally named after its primary function, moving salt. The city of Rome itself may have been established at its particular location, partly because of proximity to salt sources and salt trade routes. There is a version of Roman history in which the entire trajectory of Western civilization has a significant pinch of salt somewhere in its early chapters, which is either deeply meaningful or moderately absurd depending on your mood. As Rome's network of roads spread across Europe, They carried salt along with everything else: soldiers, ideas, languages, legal systems, and a great deal of salted fish. But the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century did not reduce the importance of salt. If anything, it made it more contested and more politically significant, because the administrative structures that had managed large-scale salt production and distribution collapsed, and the resulting patchwork of kingdoms and territories had to figure out the logistics from scratch. Medieval Europe's relationship with salt was shaped by the same fundamental reality that had always governed it: you needed it to eat, and it was only available in certain places, but the political landscape around that reality became enormously complicated. Salt production was, in many regions, a royal monopoly. Kings and lords understood perfectly well that controlling salt meant controlling, in a very real sense, the food supply of everyone who lived under their authority. The ability to tax salt, regulate its sale, or simply corner the market on production was one of the most reliable sources of revenue and power available to medieval governments. France's gabelle, the salt tax, is one of the most notorious examples of how a government can make a single ingredient the focus of both revenue collection and widespread popular resentment. The gabelle wasn't a single uniform tax. It was a layered, inconsistent, regionally variable mess of regulations that managed to be simultaneously confusing and oppressive, which is quite an achievement in policy design. In some regions of France, the tax on salt was so high that salt was genuinely unaffordable for poor families in quantities sufficient for proper food preservation. In other regions, the rates were lower, creating a smuggling economy along the internal borders between high-tax and low-tax zones. Smuggling salt in medieval and early modern France was both common and extremely dangerous. The penalties for being caught could be severe, ranging from heavy fines to imprisonment to, in the worst cases, far worse outcomes. And yet people did it constantly, because the alternative was either paying prices that consumed a significant portion of a family's income or doing without adequate preservation for their food, which was its own kind of slow disaster. The gabelle persisted, in various forms and with various revisions, from the 14th century all the way to 1790, when the Revolution swept it away along with most of the other apparatus of the Ancien Régime. It was one of the specific grievances that appeared in the lists of complaints, the cahiers de doléances, that French citizens submitted to the Estates General in 1789, which gives you a sense of how viscerally hated it was. When a tax on a cooking ingredient makes it onto the list of things that push a population toward revolution, you're doing something impressively wrong with your governance. France was not alone in this particular flavour of bad governance. Salt taxes showed up across Asia, in China, India, and various points in between, with similar results in terms of popular resentment and government revenue. The British salt tax in India, applied to a population that needed large quantities of salt for both cooking and food preservation in a hot climate, became one of the most visible symbols of colonial extraction, which is why, when Mahatma Gandhi was looking for a way to dramatise the injustice of British rule in 1930, he chose to march to the sea and make salt in deliberate defiance of the law. The Salt March covered roughly 240 miles over 24 days, and by the time Gandhi reached the coast and picked up a handful of natural salt from the shore, the act had captured international attention and become one of the defining moments of the Indian independence movement. A pinch of salt, a 240-mile walk, the beginning of the end of an empire's hold on the subcontinent. History has a sense of proportion that is sometimes genuinely impressive. Meanwhile, back in the European Middle Ages, the geography of salt continued to determine the geography of prosperity in ways that are almost too literal to feel real. Cities that grew up near significant salt sources or along major salt trade routes became wealthy in ways that their less minerally fortunate neighbours could only observe with a mixture of admiration and frustration. Consider Salzburg, whose name translates with charming directness to Salt Castle or Salt Fortress. The city sits in what is now Austria, near extensive salt deposits in the surrounding mountains, the Salzkammergut, which translates equally directly to Salt Estate. For centuries, the archbishops of Salzburg controlled the salt production from these mines and grew fabulously, ridiculously wealthy from it. The Baroque architecture that makes Salzburg one of the most beautiful cities in Europe today was largely funded by salt revenues. When you look at those ornate facades and grand squares, you are, in a meaningful sense, looking at what salt money built. Mozart was born there, which is technically a separate story, But it's worth noting that even the most transcendent cultural achievements have practical economic foundations, and Salzburg's foundation was geological and extremely salty. Venice's relationship with salt was different in character, but equally fundamental to its rise. Venice began as a settlement of people who had retreated to islands in a lagoon to escape the various invasions that were tearing the Italian peninsula apart. In the early medieval period, not exactly the most promising real estate, historically speaking, but it turned out to have one significant advantage. Lagoons, where seawater evaporates in shallow pools, are ideal for salt production. The earliest Venetians harvested salt from their lagoon and traded it, and this trade became the initial engine of what would eventually become one of the most powerful commercial and maritime republics in history. Venice would later come to dominate the salt trade across a much wider area, the Adriatic, the Eastern Mediterranean, and eventually further not just as a producer but as a broker, a taxer, and a monopolist. At the height of its power, Venice controlled salt supplies to large parts of Europe the way a modern corporation might control a key component in a supply chain, with extremely careful attention to pricing, competition, and leverage. The Hanseatic League, that remarkable confederation of merchant cities in northern Europe that functioned more or less as a trading bloc from the 13th through the 17th centuries, was built significantly on the salt trade. The key connection was between the salt produced in the Bay of Biscay region in France and along the coasts of Portugal, and the fish, particularly herring, that were caught in enormous quantities in the North Sea and the Baltic. Herring was one of the most important protein sources in medieval European diet, particularly for people who needed an affordable, available, non-meat protein during the many days of religious fasting that the medieval Catholic calendar required. And herring, without salt, would spoil within hours of being caught. With salt, packed and barreled, it could last long enough to travel from the Baltic fishing grounds to inland markets across Germany, Poland, and beyond. The ships that brought salted fish inland returned with grain, timber, and other goods, and the whole system was lubricated by a continuous flow of salt moving northward from the warmer coasts where it could be efficiently produced. The herring fisheries of the Baltic were so important, and salt so central to making them work, that control over salt routes was an explicit strategic priority for the Hanseatic cities. Lübeck, one of the most powerful cities in the League, derived enormous wealth from its position as a central point in the saltfish trade circuit. The saying at the time, slightly paraphrased, was that whoever controlled the herring controlled the north, and whoever controlled the salt controlled the herring. It was a supply chain logic that would be entirely recognizable to any modern logistics professional, dressed up in medieval furs and conducted by ship rather than by truck. In China, the story of salt runs even deeper and stretches across an even longer timeline. The Chinese state recognized the fiscal and strategic value of salt, with characteristic administrative thoroughness, very early in its history by some accounts. Government salt monopolies in China predate anything comparable in Europe by over 1,000 years. The salt administration in Imperial China was one of the largest and most complex bureaucratic structures in the ancient and medieval world, employing thousands of officials and generating revenues that funded wars, infrastructure, and the general operations of a civilization of enormous scale. Salt merchants in China, those who managed to secure production and distribution licenses from the imperial administration, could become spectacularly wealthy enough to rival local nobility, which was itself a political complication that the government managed with varying degrees of success over the centuries. The famous salt merchants of Yangzhou, a city in Jiangsu province that became a centre of the salt trade during the Ming and Qing dynasties, were so wealthy that their patronage of arts, cuisine, and culture transformed the city into one of the most sophisticated places in China. The gardens of Yangzhou, some of which still exist and are considered masterpieces of Chinese landscape design, were funded largely by salt money, which means that when you look at photographs of those extraordinarily refined garden arrangements, with their carefully placed rocks and precisely calibrated water features and architecture that seems to have grown organically from the landscape, you're looking at what a salt trade surplus looks like when it's been channeled into something genuinely beautiful. The specific mineral that made all of this trade, taxation, and political maneuvering necessary is, chemically speaking, sodium chloride, 2 atoms joined in a crystalline structure that is one of the most stable and abundant compounds on Earth. The irony of salt's enormous historical importance is that, in geological terms, it's not particularly rare. The ocean contains enough dissolved salt that if you evaporated all the water, the salt left behind would cover the entire land surface of the Earth to a depth of roughly 40 meters. That's not a scarcity problem. That's a distribution and extraction problem. Salt is everywhere, but it isn't everywhere in a form that's easy to harvest and cheap to transport. And for most of human history, the gap between where salt was and where hungry people needed it to be was bridged by enormous expenditures of labour, capital, and occasionally military force. The methods of salt production vary by geography in ways that are genuinely interesting if you're the sort of person who finds themselves curious about industrial processes at odd hours of the night. Solar evaporation, the simplest approach, requiring only shallow ponds, sufficient sunshine, and patience, works beautifully in warm, dry coastal climates. The salt flats of the Camargue in southern France, the evaporation pans of Portuguese coastal towns, the ancient salt works on the Croatian coast, all of these use essentially the same technology that Phoenician traders would have recognized: sun, wind, time, seawater, patience. The result is fleur de sel and other artisan sea salts that now sell at remarkable prices in gourmet shops, which is a delicious twist on the whole story. Something that was once a pure commodity valued for its utility has, in an era of industrial salt abundance, transformed into a luxury product valued for its provenance and texture. Inland, where the sea is not available, salt comes from different sources. Rock salt halite is found in underground deposits that are the remnants of ancient seas, dried out over millions of years and buried under subsequent geological layers. Mining salt from these deposits is ancient work. The Wieliczka salt mine outside Krakow in Poland has been producing salt continuously since the 13th century, making it one of the world's oldest operating mines, and possibly the only one that contains underground chapels with elaborate chandeliers carved entirely from salt crystals by miners who had both extraordinary skill and presumably a great deal of time on their hands. The chapels at Wieliczka are now a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of Poland's most visited attractions, which means that millions of people a year travel to look at a place where people used to go to extract a seasoning ingredient. History has some genuinely strange pivots. Brine Springs' natural upwellings of salt-saturated water were another major source, and their locations often determined where settlements grew. You boil the brine water, evaporate off the water content, and collect the salt crystals that remain. It's energy-intensive, requiring significant quantities of fuel to keep the fires going, which is why areas of brine production were historically also areas of significant deforestation, as generations of salt boilers consumed the surrounding woodland. The environmental footprint of pre-industrial salt production was considerable, and it's one of those historical footnotes that tends to complicate the pastoral picture of pre-modern life that some people carry around in their heads. Perhaps the most significant single shift in the salt story came not from the discovery of a new source or a new production technique, but from a change in what salt was primarily needed for. For thousands of years, the dominant use of salt was preservation, keeping food edible across the seasons, across long distances, across the gap between harvest and hunger. Salt made it possible to store the surplus of summer against the deficit of winter. It made it possible to catch fish in one place and eat them in another. It made it possible to slaughter an animal in autumn and eat it through spring. Without salt preservation, the settlement of large inland cities would have been effectively impossible, because you can't feed a population of tens of thousands if your food supply is limited to what can reach the market while still fresh. And then, in the 19th and 20th centuries, refrigeration arrived. Not all at once, the technology developed gradually, from natural ice harvested and shipped in insulated containers, to mechanical refrigeration in large industrial applications, to the domestic refrigerator that became a standard feature of American and European homes in the mid-20th century. Each step in the development of cold storage reduced the dependency on salt as a preservation medium. Not eliminated it, salt remains important in processed food production, in cheese making, in fermentation, in baking, and of course in flavouring, but the existential urgency of salt as the barrier between life and starvation dissolved as reliably cold storage became widespread. The result was a strange kind of deflation. Something that had been worth fighting wars over, building cities around, taxing to the edge of revolution, became a low-cost commodity available in any supermarket for pocket change. The strategic calculations that had motivated empires simply stopped applying. The Venetian salt monopoly, had it somehow survived into the modern era, would have been exactly as commercially relevant as a monopoly on tap water. Salt didn't change, we just got better at keeping things cold. What remained was flavour. The reason we still reach for the salt shaker is the same reason people have been adding salt to food since long before they understood chemistry or biology, or any of the mechanisms at work. Salt enhances flavour in ways that go beyond simply tasting salty. It suppresses bitterness, making sweet things taste sweeter and complex things taste more complex. It enhances aromatics, helping volatile flavour compounds release and reach your nose more effectively. It changes the texture of proteins, affecting everything from the tenderness of meat to the structure of bread dough. The role of salt in cooking is, if you look at it carefully, less about adding saltiness and more about amplifying everything else. Chefs know this intuitively, which is why properly seasoned food always seems to taste more like itself than under-seasoned food does. There's also the physiological dimension that goes beyond taste. Sodium is an electrolyte, a mineral that your body uses to regulate fluid balance, nerve function, and muscle contraction. Sodium deficiency, while rare in the modern world where salt is everywhere, causes serious symptoms: muscle cramps, confusion, weakness, and in severe cases, outcomes that are considerably worse than unpleasant. The body monitors sodium levels with dedicated hormonal systems and sends clear signals when levels drop, signals that manifest as cravings for salty food. The pleasure we take in a perfectly salted dish isn't entirely cultural or learned. Part of it is your body registering that it's getting something it genuinely needs. This biological craving is one of the reasons salt has been so reliably central to human culture and economics for as long as records exist. It's not simply that salt was useful, the way that, say, a particular type of wood for making tools was useful. It's that the need for it was written into our physiology, and that need reliably translated into demand, and demand reliably translated into economic and political power for whoever could supply it. The history of salt is, at one level, the history of how a biological necessity becomes a geopolitical reality. Repeated across thousands of years and dozens of civilizations, it also becomes, by a route that is either logical or circuitous depending on your perspective, part of the history of how we think about value. The salt-salary connection we mentioned earlier is a small piece of a much broader pattern. The way that something valuable in one era becomes metaphorically embedded in the language and thinking of every subsequent era. We speak of someone being worth their salt, meaning worth their pay, worth their place, worth the trust placed in them, without thinking about the fact that this phrase encodes an entire ancient economic system in which salt and pay were the same thing. Language preserves the archaeology of economic history the same way geological strata preserve the archaeology of the physical world, in layers you can read if you know what you're looking at. The phrase "not worth their salt" appears in English writing from at least the 16th century, and its staying power across 500 years of dramatic economic and social change suggests something about how useful the metaphor of salt as fundamental value has been. When salt was the measure of worth, it was because salt was genuinely fundamental, the thing without which food could not be kept, winter could not be survived, armies could not march, and cities could not be fed. It was the irreducible minimum of economic importance. And while we no longer live in a world where that's literally true, the metaphor retains its intuitive force because we all know, somewhere below the level of conscious thought, what it means to need something that is absolutely basic. Salt just happens to have been that thing for a very long time. There's one more dimension of the salt story that tends to get less attention than the wars and taxes and trade routes, and that's the culinary one, which is fitting for a video about food, all things considered. The techniques developed around salt preservation didn't just keep food from spoiling, they created entirely new flavours and textures that humans came to love independently of the preservation function. Salt cod bacalhau in Portuguese, bacalhau in Italian is so embedded in the culinary traditions of Portugal and parts of Italy and Spain that it is eaten year-round even though fresh fish is abundantly available. The extended salting process, which draws out moisture and restructures the proteins of the fish, creates a flavour and texture that is genuinely different from fresh cod, not a substitute for it, but something else entirely, with its own identity and its own devoted following. Portugal alone reportedly has more than 1,000 traditional recipes for salt cod, which seems either impressive or excessive depending on how you feel about the ingredient in question. Prosciutto, The Italian dry-cured ham that appears on virtually every charcuterie board in the Western world is essentially a monument to salt and thyme. The process of making genuine prosciutto di Parma involves rubbing sea salt into the meat, allowing it to penetrate slowly over weeks, then hanging the ham in carefully controlled conditions for months to years. The salt draws out moisture. The reduced water content prevents spoilage. The long aging process develops an extraordinarily complex depth of flavour through enzymatic processes that chemists have been studying carefully and that the producers of prosciutto understood empirically for centuries before anyone could explain the biochemistry. The result is a product that commands remarkable prices, far more per gram than the most expensive sodium chloride on the market. Salt took a piece of meat and turned it into a luxury. It's done this consistently across cultures and centuries, and the result is a world of preserved, fermented, aged, and cured foods that represent some of the most complex and beloved flavours in human cuisine, none of which would exist if the ancient people boiling brine in Romania 6,000 years ago had decided to skip the whole effort and just eat their meat fresh. Sometimes the constraints that history imposes, the absence of refrigeration, the brutal necessity of preservation, the urgent need to make it through winter produce, by a kind of pressure, things of extraordinary beauty. The diamond logic applies to food. Some of the most remarkable flavours we have were crystallised by necessity and polished by generations of human ingenuity, working with a mineral that now costs less than a cup of coffee. If salt taught us that something ordinary can quietly hold enormous power, honey takes that lesson and adds a layer of almost supernatural strangeness. Because honey doesn't just have a fascinating history. Honey is, by any reasonable measure, one of the most chemically peculiar substances that human beings have been putting in their mouths for tens of thousands of years, and we've only recently understood why it behaves the way it does. The ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, who treated it as a sacred and precious material, were not being superstitious. They were, as it turns out, being approximately correct, even if they explained the reasons in ways that had more to do with gods than with biochemistry. The oldest confirmed evidence of humans seeking out and consuming honey predates agriculture by a considerable margin. Cave paintings in Spain, estimated to be somewhere between 8 and 10,000 years old, depict human figures climbing into cliffs or trees to reach the hives of wild bees, armed with what appear to be smoking torches, an early and admirably committed approach to pest management. These weren't people who had stumbled upon honey by accident and tried it once. These were people who had developed a specific technique for acquiring a specific food and thought the experience was worth commemorating on a cave wall, which is roughly the ancient equivalent of posting a photo of your meal, though the production process was considerably more dangerous. Beeswax residues found in ancient pottery across Africa, the Middle East and Europe confirm that humans were processing honey and beeswax as far back as 9,000 years ago. By the time organised agriculture was well established, honey was already a product with a long cultural history, not just as a food, but as a medicine, a preservative, a religious offering, and in some cultures, a currency. The Hittites, that somewhat underappreciated ancient civilization of Anatolia, included bees and honey in their legal codes, which tells you something about how central they were to the economic and social structure of the time. When you need laws specifically about bees, honey has graduated from snack to institution. The chemistry of why honey doesn't spoil is genuinely elegant, and it's worth spending a moment on it because the mechanism is remarkable enough to explain why ancient people so consistently described honey in terms that bordered on the miraculous. Honey begins as nectar, a dilute sugar solution that flowering plants produce specifically to attract pollinators. Nectar is roughly 70 to 80% water, which would normally make it extremely hospitable to microorganisms and therefore prone to fermentation and spoilage almost immediately. Bees, however, are extraordinarily good at processing this raw material into something much more stable. When a worker bee collects nectar, it stores it in a specialized organ called the honey stomach, which is distinct from the bee's digestive stomach and functions essentially as a carrying vessel and processing chamber. During the trip back to the hive and through the process of passing the nectar between workers inside the hive, enzymes are added to the nectar. One of the most important of these is glucose oxidase, which, when the honey is eventually dried down enough that water is introduced, say, by a bee, or by you opening the jar, converts glucose into gluconic acid and hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide is, as you probably know, an effective antiseptic. It's the same compound in the brown bottle in your medicine cabinet, produced inside your jar of honey through enzyme activity, in concentrations low enough to be completely safe to eat, but effective enough to inhibit bacterial growth. At the same time, the bees in the hive fan the nectar with their wings, evaporating off water until the honey reaches a water content of roughly 17 to 20%, well below the threshold at which most bacteria or yeasts can survive or reproduce. This combination of low water activity, high sugar concentration, slight acidity from the gluconic acid, and trace antiseptic activity from the hydrogen peroxide creates an environment so hostile to microorganisms that properly stored honey simply does not spoil. Not doesn't spoil quickly, doesn't spoil, full stop, as a matter of chemistry. The famous jars of honey recovered from Egyptian tombs still edible after 3,000 years, according to archaeologists willing to taste test ancient food, which is either brave or deeply inadvisable depending on your perspective, aren't miraculous anomalies. They're exactly what the chemistry predicts. The Egyptians, who understood the practical outcomes of honey's stability without understanding the mechanisms behind it, used this property with considerable ingenuity across multiple domains of life. Honey was a standard component in Egyptian medical treatments papyri from around 1550 BCE, describe it as an ingredient in wound dressings, treatments for digestive ailments, and remedies for eye complaints, among many others. The antibacterial properties we now understand through chemistry were observable in practice. Wounds treated with honey healed more cleanly and with less infection than untreated wounds, which made honey a logical and apparently effective component of the medical toolkit, even if the reasoning behind the recommendation was somewhat different from what a modern physician would offer. The Egyptians attributed it to the favour of the gods. The gods, in this instance, happened to produce something that actually worked. Honey was also used in Egyptian food preservation, much as salt was used further north. Honey's antimicrobial properties made it useful for extending the shelf life of fruits, meats, and other perishables. Ancient Greek and Roman texts describe preserving fruits in honey, a technique that works on essentially the same principle as preserving them in sugar syrup but with the added benefits of honey's specific antibacterial chemistry. The result was something closer to what we might call a confiture or conserved fruit suspended in thick, sweet, slightly floral honey, shelf-stable and intensely flavoured. It was not an everyday food for ordinary people, who couldn't afford honey in those quantities, but for households wealthy enough to use honey liberally. It represented a way of extending the summer harvest in a form that was both practical and genuinely delicious. The Greeks had a complicated and deeply affectionate relationship with honey that shows up throughout their literature, religion, and philosophy in ways that suggest it occupied a symbolic significance well beyond its culinary role. Honey appears in Greek mythology with remarkable frequency. The infant Zeus was fed honey in secret on the island of Crete, tended by bees and nymphs after his mother hid him from his rather difficult father. The gods of Olympus were associated with ambrosia and nectar, words that originally referred to substances consumed by immortal beings and later became metaphors for any supremely sweet or pleasurable food or drink. The connection between honey, sweetness, and divine favour was so thoroughly embedded in Greek culture that it became almost impossible to separate the ingredient from its symbolic weight. Mead-fermented honey and water is one of the oldest alcoholic beverages in human history, predating both wine and beer in many parts of the world where grapes didn't grow and grain wasn't yet cultivated. The oldest evidence of mead production comes from China, from pottery vessels dating back around 9,000 years that contain residues of a fermented mixture of honey, rice, and fruit, which is both impressive and slightly confusing to categorize, but definitely counts as an early attempt at brewing. In Northern Europe, mead was produced and consumed extensively across cultures and historical periods. It shows up in Norse mythology as the drink of warriors and gods, and in the traditions of cultures from Ireland to Scandinavia to Russia. The mead hall, the great drinking hall at the centre of a community where warriors gathered to eat, drink and exchange stories, is such a persistent concept in early Northern European culture that it shows up repeatedly in literature spanning centuries, from Beowulf to various Norse sagas. The production of mead is, in principle, extremely simple. Honey dissolved in water will ferment naturally if left long enough, because honey contains wild yeasts, and the diluted sugar solution is exactly the kind of environment those yeasts enjoy. In practice, making mead reliably and well requires considerably more attention than simply mixing honey and water and waiting, controlling fermentation temperature, selecting good honey with the right flavour profile, managing the addition of nutrients that the yeast need to complete fermentation cleanly, and handling the clarification and aging process all make a difference between something genuinely good and something that is technically alcoholic, but otherwise rather unpleasant. Ancient mead makers figured most of this out empirically, over generations of trial, error, and presumably quite a lot of accidentally terrible batches that they drank anyway because it was still alcohol. The Roman relationship with honey was more gastronomic than mystical, reflecting the Roman tendency to approach everything from a position of practical appetite. Roman cuisine used honey extensively, in savoury dishes as well as sweet ones, a combination that modern Western cooking has largely abandoned, but that shows up repeatedly in reconstructions of ancient Roman recipes. The Romans sweetened their wine with honey, made pastries with honey and cheese, added honey to sauces for meat and fish, and produced a fermented honey and grape juice drink called mulsum that was served at the beginning of formal dinners as a kind of sweetened aperitif. Honey also featured prominently in Roman medicine, following Greek traditions with the characteristically Roman modifications of being more systematic, more widely applied, and accompanied by more detailed written records. What the Romans didn't have, and what represents one of the more significant absences in ancient food history, was granulated white sugar. Sugarcane existed, but it was grown in South Asia and the Middle East, and was known to the Romans primarily as a curiosity or a very expensive medicinal import. The Roman physician Dioscorides described what he called a kind of solidified honey that they call saccharon, a description of crude sugar crystals from India, but it wasn't a significant food ingredient in the Roman world. This means that for most of Western and Northern Europe, until the expansion of sugar trade in the medieval period and the explosive growth of sugar plantation agriculture from the 15th century onward, honey was essentially the only widely available sweetener. Its role in the diet wasn't supplementary, the way we think of honey today as a nicer alternative to sugar for your tea or something you drizzle artfully on a charcuterie board. It was the sweetener, the entire category, the thing you used whenever you wanted anything to be sweet. This single ingredient monopoly on sweetness gave honey an economic and cultural weight that's difficult to translate to modern experience. Medieval monasteries kept bees not simply because monks liked honey on their bread, but because beeswax was essential for the candles used in religious services, and because honey was a significant source of both income and barter for monastic communities. The production of mead in monasteries was common across medieval Europe. Irish and Welsh monasteries in particular had well-documented traditions of mead brewing, and the quality of monastic mead was apparently sufficiently high that it became a standard part of gift-giving and hospitality. Abbots presenting visiting dignitaries with jars of good monastery honey is the kind of detail that appears in enough historical records to suggest it was standard practice rather than an exceptional occurrence. The trade in honey across medieval Europe followed routes that weren't entirely unlike the salt trade routes described earlier, raw material produced in areas with suitable conditions, transported to cities and regions where demand exceeded local supply, taxed at various points along the way by whoever controlled the relevant roads, rivers, or market towns. Poland, Lithuania, and the broader Baltic region were significant exporters of honey to Western Europe throughout the medieval period, because the vast forests of that region supported enormous populations of wild bees and a tradition of forest beekeeping, the practice of maintaining wild bee colonies in hollow trees rather than in constructed hives, which allowed beekeepers to harvest honey from established wild colonies with somewhat less disruption than destroying them entirely. Lithuanian honey and beeswax were exported westward through Hanseatic trading networks, alongside grain and timber, forming part of the broader flow of raw materials that connected the resources of Eastern Europe to the markets and manufacturing centres of the West. The chemistry of honey's flavour is considerably more complex than its reputation for simple sweetness might suggest. Raw honey contains somewhere between 200 and 300 distinct chemical compounds that contribute to aroma and flavour: esters, aldehydes, organic acids, amino acids, and a range of other compounds that vary depending on the floral sources the bees worked, the region where the honey was produced, and the processing method used. This is why monofloral honeys produced predominantly from the nectar of a single plant species have such distinct and recognizable flavor profiles. Manuka honey from New Zealand, produced from the nectar of the native Manuka tree, has a distinctive earthy, slightly medicinal intensity that is completely unlike the floral delicacy of acacia honey from Central Europe, which is itself entirely different from the dark, robust intensity of buckwheat honey from the American Northeast. These aren't subtle variations on a theme, they're genuinely different flavor experiences that happen to share a basic chemical structure and the word honey. The cultural and economic significance of specific honey types was recognized long before modern flavor science existed to explain the differences. Ancient Greek writers praised the honey from Mount Hymettus near Athens made from the wild thyme, oregano, and other aromatic plants that covered the mountain as the finest in the world, and the reputation of Hymettus honey persisted through the Roman period and into the Byzantine era. Whether it was actually the best honey in the ancient world is impossible to evaluate now, and the Greeks were hardly unbiased commentators on the quality of their own regional products. But the consistency with which Hymettus honey was praised across several centuries suggests it was genuinely excellent rather than simply locally promoted. The combination of a distinctive floral source, the wild herbs of a rocky Mediterranean hillside with a dry, sunny climate ideal for honey production, and presumably skilled beekeepers who had refined their craft over generations would, in fact, produce something worth writing about. The relationship between specific landscapes and the honey produced in them became, over centuries, one of the foundational concepts of what we now call terroir, the idea that the specific characteristics of a place, its soil, climate, plant life, and cultural practices are embedded in the taste of the food or drink produced there. We tend to associate terroir primarily with wine, which makes sense given how thoroughly the French wine industry has built its entire identity around the concept. But the idea that place tastes like itself, that honey from Hymettus tastes different from honey from the Lüneburg Heath, which tastes different from honey produced in the valleys of Vermont, is older than wine culture and runs all the way back to the earliest observations that people making and tasting honey ever committed to writing. Beekeeping as a managed practice, as distinct from forest beekeeping or raiding wild colonies, developed in parallel across multiple cultures, with different techniques adapted to different environments and bee species. The ancient Egyptians were probably among the earliest practitioners of managed beekeeping, keeping bees in cylindrical clay hives that have been found at archaeological sites and depicted in tomb paintings. Greek beekeeping used clay pots and woven straw hives. By the medieval period, the skep, a dome-shaped hive made from coiled straw or wicker, was the standard European beekeeping tool, and remained so until the 19th century introduced the modern wooden frame hive. The problem with skeps, from a beekeeper's perspective, was that harvesting honey from them typically required killing the colony, since you had to destroy the hive to access the honeycomb. Thousands of years of beekeeping, and the standard approach was essentially to manage the bees well enough that their colony was thriving by harvest time, then remove the honey and start again. The attrition rate among bee colonies under this system was, as you might imagine, considerable. The invention that changed this and that made modern commercial beekeeping possible was the movable frame hive, developed in the 1850s by a Philadelphia minister named Lorenzo Lorraine Langstroth. Langstroth discovered that if you maintained specific spacing between the frames inside a hive, what he called bee space, a gap of roughly 6 to 9 millimeters bees would build honeycomb on the frames without gluing them together with propolis or bridging them with wax in ways that made removal impossible. With movable frames, a beekeeper could inspect a hive without destroying it, remove honey without killing the colony, and manage bee populations with a precision that was simply not possible with any earlier hive design. The Langstroth hive, with relatively minor modifications, remains the dominant hive design worldwide today, a 19th century invention that turned an ancient practice into a modern agricultural industry. That industry now produces somewhere around 1.8 million tons of honey globally per year, which sounds like a lot until you consider that global sugar production is approximately 180 million tons annually, about 100 times more. Honey's share of the global sweetener market is, in other words, a small fraction of what it once was, displaced by the overwhelming availability and low price of refined cane and beet sugar. The story of how sugar rose to its current dominance is one of the more historically consequential and morally complex stories in food history, involving centuries of colonial plantation agriculture, the forced labor of millions of enslaved people, and the remaking of global trade patterns in ways whose effects are still visible today. That's an entire video's worth of history in itself. For now, what matters is simply that honey's monopoly on sweetness ended, and with it changed the role honey played in ordinary life. What remained after sugar arrived was something perhaps more interesting than simple utility. Once honey was no longer the only sweetener, its specific qualities, its flavour complexity, its regional variation, its connection to a particular landscape and a particular ecosystem of flowering plants and managed bees became features rather than just background properties. The development of artisan honey markets, specialty beekeeping focused on single floral varieties, and the growing scientific and popular interest in honeybee health and colony collapse disorder all reflect a cultural moment in which honey is valued not just as a sweetener, but as something that encodes place and practice and the work of millions of small animals. That work is worth considering. A single honeybee, over the course of its entire working life of approximately 6 weeks during summer, will produce roughly 1/12 of a teaspoon of honey, not a teaspoon, a 1/12 of a teaspoon. To fill a standard 500-gram jar of honey, the kind you might buy at a farmer's market without giving the price much thought, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 bees must complete their entire lifetimes of foraging, each visiting somewhere between 50 and 100 flowers per trip, making somewhere between 10 and 15 foraging trips per day, flying a combined distance that, if you added up the individual journeys of all the bees involved in a single jar, would total something in the range of 55,000 miles. For context, that's roughly twice around the circumference of the Earth, for a jar of honey. The next time you drizzle some over your yogurt in approximately 4 seconds without looking up from your phone, perhaps a small moment of acknowledgement is warranted. The flowers themselves deserve a brief mention, because honey is not simply a bee product. It's a collaboration between bees and the flowering plants that evolved specifically to attract them. The relationship between bees and flowers is one of the more remarkable examples of coevolution in the natural world. Flowers developed nectar as a lure, bright colours and specific scent compounds to advertise to pollinators, and structural features that ensure bees pick up and deposit pollen as they feed. Bees developed compound eyes that can see ultraviolet light revealing patterns on flower petals that are invisible to human vision, and specialized body structures for collecting pollen, and the remarkable navigational and communication abilities that allow them to direct other workers to productive foraging sites through the famous waggle dance, a form of symbolic communication that encodes information about direction and distance that is, by any reasonable definition, a form of language. The honey in the jar is the product of this elaborate bilateral relationship. Bees make something extraordinary from what flowers offer them, and in doing so incidentally make possible the reproduction of roughly 1/3 of all food crops that humans cultivate. The pollination services provided by managed honeybees and wild bee species are estimated to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars annually to global agriculture, which makes the recent widespread concern about declining bee populations somewhat more urgently practical than it might first appear. There is something genuinely worth sitting with in all of this, the fact that a substance so familiar, so reliably present on supermarket shelves at prices low enough that most people don't notice them, is produced by a process so elaborate, so deeply interconnected with the living systems of flowering plants and pollinator insects, and so ancient in its relationship to human culture. Honey crystallizes in the jar. Not because it's gone bad, crystallization is a natural process that happens as glucose molecules settle into a more organized structure, and it can be reversed by gentle warming. People who encounter crystallized honey and throw it away are discarding a perfectly good product based on a misunderstanding, which is one of those small modern ironies that would baffle anyone who spent a significant portion of human history knowing exactly what honey was and how it worked and how precious it was. The medieval beekeeper who carefully maintained hives in hollow trees, the Egyptian temple priest who set out honey offerings for the gods, the Greek writer who praised the specific excellence of Hymettus time honey, the Norse warrior drinking mead by firelight, and you drizzling honey over breakfast with approximately 0 existential weight attached to the act. All of these are links in a continuous chain of human relationship with one of the most chemically complex, biologically ingenious, and historically significant substances that bees have ever produced. The jar has gotten cheaper, the honey hasn't changed at all, which brings us, by a natural transition from sweetness to sustenance, to something that makes honey look like a regional curiosity. Because if honey is the story of one remarkable ingredient that changed the taste of civilization, rice is the story of a grain that didn't just change civilization, it built several of them from the foundation up, fed more human beings than any other food source in history, and continues right now to be the primary caloric foundation for more than half the people currently alive on Earth. That's not a rounding error. That's the grain that kept the lights on for most of humanity for the past 10,000 years. The domestication of rice is one of the pivotal moments in human history, which is a statement that sounds like an overstatement until you look at the numbers. Current estimates place the initial domestication of Asian rice Oryza sativa somewhere in the Yangtze River Valley of what is now China, approximately 9,000 to 10,000 years ago. From that origin, cultivated rice spread in patterns that tracked closely with human movement, trade, and cultural expansion across the entirety of Asia and eventually across the globe. There are now more than 40,000 documented varieties of rice, from the long-grained aromatic basmati grown in the Punjab region of India and Pakistan, to the short starchy grains of Japanese sushi rice, to the red and purple heirloom varieties of highland Southeast Asia. And this staggering diversity reflects not just the adaptability of the grain itself, but the 10,000 years of human selection, breeding, and cultivation that created it. The word variety understates the situation somewhat. These different rices are not simply the same grain in different colours or sizes. They have different cooking properties, different nutritional profiles, different flavour characteristics, different water requirements, different growing seasons, and different cultural meanings so deeply embedded in the societies that cultivate them that in some languages, as the plan for this chapter noted, the word for rice and the word for food are the same. In Mandarin, the phrase "chi fan" literally eat rice means eat a meal. In Japanese, gohan means both cooked rice and a meal. In Thai, gin khao eat rice is the standard expression for eating in general. These aren't coincidences of translation. They're linguistic fossils of a dependency so complete that rice and food became conceptually indistinguishable. This linguistic fusion gives you a glimpse into the depth of integration that rice achieved in Asian cultures, and the depth of that integration is inseparable from rice's specific agronomic properties. Wet rice cultivation growing rice in flooded paddies is a uniquely productive form of agriculture because flooded conditions suppress weeds, recycle nutrients through the decay of aquatic plants, support nitrogen-fixing blue-green algae that fertilize the soil naturally, and allow rice to produce remarkable caloric yields per unit of land. A well-managed rice paddy can support far more people per acre than most other staple crops, which is one of the key reasons rice-growing regions of Asia were able to sustain population densities that would have been impossible under wheat-based agriculture. The same piece of ground that might feed one family under cereal grain cultivation could, under intensive wet rice farming, feed several which, over 10,000 years, compounds into enormous differences in the scale of human civilization that rice-growing regions could sustain. The infrastructure required to grow wet rice at any significant scale is, however, substantial. Rice paddies need water specifically, they need controlled flooding, which means irrigation systems capable of delivering and draining water reliably according to the rice plant's growth cycle. In flat river valleys with reliable seasonal flooding, nature does some of this work. But as rice cultivation expanded into less naturally suitable terrain, into hillsides, into drier regions, into areas where water needed to be actively managed rather than simply diverted, the engineering demands grew accordingly. The rice terraces of Southeast Asia and China represent some of the most impressive engineering achievements in pre-industrial human history, and they are worth dwelling on because they are almost routinely underappreciated compared to the monuments and buildings that typically dominate history books. The terraced rice fields of Banaue in the northern Philippines, carved into the steep slopes of the Cordillera Mountains by the Ifugao people over roughly 2,000 years, cover an area of approximately 10,000 hectares. If the terrace walls were laid end-to-end, they would circle more than half the globe. The hydraulic system that supplies water to these terraces, drawing on a network of springs and streams and distributing water through wooden aqueducts and carefully maintained channels, has been functional for 2,000 years with regular maintenance by communities whose relationship to this landscape is so intimate that the knowledge of how to maintain it is passed down as a form of cultural inheritance. The Banao terraces are sometimes called the eighth wonder of the world, which is the kind of promotional label that can feel hollow, but in this case feels approximately right. They are extraordinary. The terraces of Yunnan province in southern China, particularly the Haini terraces around the town of Yuanyang, operate on a similar principle. At comparable scale, thousands of terraces cascading down hillsides at altitudes of up to 2,000 meters, fed by a forest-maintained water table that the Hani people have managed with conscious attention to watershed ecology for more than 1,000 years. The Hani maintained the forests above the terraces specifically because they understood that the trees were what kept the springs flowing. This is sophisticated ecological reasoning applied to agricultural management, arrived at through generations of observation, rather than formal scientific study, which is either impressive evidence of human ingenuity or a reminder that formal scientific study is not the only path to correct conclusions about how natural systems work. The social structures built around large-scale rice cultivation were shaped by the crop's requirements in ways that influenced everything from family organization to governance to religious practice. Wet rice farming is intensely labor-demanding at specific points in the agricultural cycle, particularly at planting and harvest, in ways that make cooperative labor arrangements between households not just helpful, but essentially necessary. A family working alone cannot transplant seedlings across a large paddy and bring in a harvest at the appropriate moment without the kind of all-hands mobilization that only makes practical sense when you can call on neighbors who will receive the same help in return. The systems of cooperative labor exchange that developed around rice agriculture, different names in different languages and cultures, but similar structures became foundational social technologies that organized communities around shared agricultural rhythm and mutual obligation. Water management at the scale required for extensive rice cultivation also required coordination beyond the level of individual families or even villages. The elaborate irrigation systems serving major rice-growing regions needed shared planning, shared maintenance, shared rules about water access during periods of shortage, and mechanisms for resolving disputes between users. In barley, the traditional system for managing rice paddy irrigation, the subak system is organized around networks of water temples, each associated with a specific level of the irrigation hierarchy, from individual springs to major rivers. The priests of these temples coordinate irrigation schedules, manage water distribution during dry periods, and organize the religious ceremonies that mark the agricultural calendar. The subak system, which UNESCO recognized as a World Heritage Cultural Landscape in 2012, is simultaneously an irrigation management organization, a religious institution, and a social framework for organizing collective labor, all built around the specific requirements of growing rice in a complex volcanic landscape with limited water resources. It has been operating in broadly the same form for roughly 1,000 years. Rice also shaped the political economy of Asia in ways that parallel Salt's influence on European political economy, but at larger scale. Control over productive rice land was the fundamental source of wealth and power in most of the major Asian civilizations for most of recorded history. The great dynasties of China, the kingdoms of Southeast Asia, the rice-growing civilizations of Japan, all organized their taxation systems, their military structures, their administrative hierarchies, and their territorial ambitions substantially around the question of who controlled the most productive rice-growing land and could extract the most rice from it. In Tokugawa Japan, the feudal period that ran from roughly 1600 to 1868, the wealth of domain lords, the daimyo, was formally measured not in money but in koku, a unit of rice approximately equal to the amount needed to feed one person for a year. The shogunate's assessment of a lord's wealth, the calibration of their political standing, and the size of the military force they were expected to maintain were all expressed in koku. Rice wasn't just what people ate. It was the denominator in which power was calculated. The role of rice in Japanese culture extends far beyond its function as a political unit or a food staple. Japanese aesthetics, religious practice, and cultural identity are woven through with rice in ways that are both practical and deeply symbolic. The Shinto religion. Japan's indigenous spiritual tradition treats rice as sacred, associated with the sun goddess Amaterasu and with the prosperity and continuity of the Japanese people. The emperor's ritual role includes participation in rice planting and harvest ceremonies that are understood as acts of spiritual importance rather than simply agricultural practice. Sake fermented rice wine occupies a central role in Shinto ritual, used as an offering, consumed ceremonially, and present at virtually every significant religious and social occasion. the short-grained, high-starch Japanese rice varieties that form the basis of sushi, sake, and mochi, the chewy rice cake that shows up at New Year celebrations and various other occasions, represents centuries of selective breeding aimed at specific textural and flavor properties valued by Japanese cuisine and Japanese culinary culture. The spread of rice beyond Asia is a story of trade, colonization, and agricultural transfer that ran in several directions simultaneously and at different times. Arab traders brought rice cultivation to the Middle East and parts of North Africa well before the medieval period. Spanish and Portuguese colonizers introduced it to the Americas in the 16th century. The cultivation of rice in the American South, particularly in South Carolina and Georgia, was established in the colonial period using enslaved African labor, and crucially, using agricultural knowledge brought by enslaved people from rice-growing regions of West Africa, particularly the area known as the Rice Coast in what is now Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, and surrounding countries. The expertise of these enslaved Africans, who understood rice cultivation in ways that European planters did not, was essential to the success of the American rice industry, a fact that was systematically ignored in the historical narrative for centuries and has only been properly recognized relatively recently. The rice that fed the American colonial economy was grown with knowledge stolen from its practitioners, alongside the labor that was also stolen. It is a history worth knowing clearly. Today, Asian countries, particularly China, India, Indonesia, Bangladesh and Vietnam, produce the overwhelming majority of the world's rice and consume most of what they produce. Global rice trade is significant, but represents only about 7 to 8% of total production, compared to much higher percentages for other major grains, a reflection of the fact that rice, unlike wheat, is primarily grown for domestic consumption in the countries where it is produced. The varieties grown commercially on an industrial scale today are different from many of the traditional varieties that characterized rice agriculture, for most of history, optimized for yield, processing properties, and resistance to specific pests or climatic conditions, rather than for the complex flavor profiles and specific textural characteristics that traditional varieties often possessed. This is the standard trade-off of modern agricultural intensification: more food for more people, at the cost of genetic diversity and the specific local character of traditional varieties. The Green Revolution of the 1960s and 1970s, which introduced high-yield varieties of rice and wheat, along with synthetic fertilizers and pesticides to South and Southeast Asia, averted what many demographers at the time genuinely believed was an imminent widespread famine. It fed hundreds of millions of people who would otherwise have gone hungry. It also displaced thousands of traditional rice varieties, restructured rural economies in ways that were not always beneficial to the farmers involved, and created agricultural systems with specific vulnerabilities that the more genetically diverse traditional systems did not have. The full accounting of its effects is still being debated by agricultural economists, ecologists, and historians, and will probably continue to be debated for some time, because the questions it raises about the trade-offs between productivity and sustainability, between feeding people now and maintaining the agricultural systems that feed people in the future, are not ones with easy answers. What hasn't changed is the fundamental relationship between rice and human survival. The grain that was first domesticated in a river valley 10,000 years ago still feeds more than 3.5 billion people today. It is present at the center of more national cuisines, more cultural ceremonies, more daily meals than any other single food. Iranian tahdig, the crispy, golden crust that forms at the bottom of the rice pot and is considered the most desirable portion, is worth an entire anthropological study in itself, a food object that encapsulates so much about Persian hospitality, culinary pride, and the specific pleasures of texture and contrast that define great cooking. West African jollof rice, with its tomato-based cooking liquid and layered spicing, is not just a dish, but a cultural touchstone around which questions of national identity and regional pride have been debated with a seriousness that might seem disproportionate to non-West Africans, until you understand how much jollof rice means to the people arguing about it. Japanese rice, cooked with obsessive precision and served as the quietly important center of a meal rather than a side dish, reflects a culinary philosophy in which restraint and quality of raw material are the primary values. There is something almost vertiginous about following a single grain across 10,000 years and 6 continents, and arriving at all of these different places, the Philippine mountain terraces built over centuries, the Japanese temple ceremonies, the South Carolina plantation fields, the Iranian kitchen with its prized crispy bottom, the Balinese water temples, and realizing that they are all expressions of the same relationship between human beings and one grass species that our ancestors had the insight to begin domesticating before they had invented writing. Rice did not just feed us, it organized us, governed us, shaped our religions and our social structures and our cuisines and our cities. It is, with very little exaggeration, one of the primary materials from which a large portion of human civilization has been constructed not metaphorically, but in the most practical and literal sense possible. Every bowl of rice you eat is sitting at the end of a 10,000-year conversation between people and a plant, conducted across countless generations in more languages than have probably ever been counted. There is a particular kind of irony in the fact that vanilla, the flavor we use as a synonym for boring, for generic, for the absence of anything interesting, is one of the most complex, labor-intensive, and biologically improbable foods that human beings have ever managed to produce at scale. When someone describes a movie as vanilla, or a personality as vanilla, they are reaching for the ultimate shorthand for blandness, for safe predictability, for the default setting when no one could be bothered to make a real choice. What they are inadvertently referencing is a flavoring so extraordinary in its origins, so demanding in its production, and so chemically rich in its finished form that it has occupied some of the most knowledgeable food scientists, agricultural engineers, and flavor chemists in the world for the better part of 2 centuries. Vanilla is not boring. Vanilla is the opposite of boring, dressed up in a beige costume, hiding in plain sight in your ice cream. The story of vanilla begins, as so many remarkable food stories do, in Mesoamerica, in the specific landscape of what is now the eastern coast of Mexico, the region known as Totonacapan, home of the Totonac people. The Totonac have the strongest historical claim to being the first human civilization to cultivate vanilla, which they called Tlaxochitl black flower, a name that refers not to the flower itself, which is a delicate pale yellow-green, but to the cured pod in its finished state. The Totonac used vanilla to flavor a ceremonial drink made from cacao, a combination that is, in retrospect, one of the more inspired flavor pairings in human history, and one that various modern chocolatiers have been earnestly rediscovering and promoting, as if it were a new idea, which it emphatically is not. The Totonac's relationship with vanilla was eventually absorbed by the Aztec Empire, as it expanded along the Gulf Coast in the 15th century, the Aztecs being, among other things, highly systematic in their approach to extracting tribute and desirable commodities from conquered peoples. Vanilla pods arrived in Tenochtitlan as part of the tribute system, and the Aztec nobility added it to their own xocolatl, the bitter, spiced cacao drink that was the predecessor of what eventually became European hot chocolate, and which tasted nothing like what you'd get from a Swiss Miss packet today. The original cacao drink was unsweetened, flavoured with chili and other spices, occasionally thickened with maize, and consumed as a prestige beverage by the ruling class. Adding vanilla to it was an aristocratic flourish. The combination of vanilla and cacao in the Aztec court was essentially the ancient world's equivalent of a luxury tasting menu ingredient, something reserved for people who could afford to care about the finer points. When Spanish explorers arrived in the early 16th century and began dismantling the Aztec Empire with a mixture of military force, epidemic disease, and remarkably effective political manipulation, they encountered vanilla in the Aztec court and brought samples back to Europe. The specific individual most often credited with introducing vanilla to Europe is Hernán Cortés, though the historical evidence for this particular attribution is somewhat murky. Cortés is named in so many early introductions of American foods to Europe that one begins to suspect he was either extraordinarily attentive to culinary details for a military commander, or that subsequent writers attributed a great many food discoveries to the most famous Spanish name associated with the conquest, which is, frankly, the more plausible explanation. What is clear is that vanilla pods reached Spain in the early to mid-16th century, along with cacao, and that the two were adopted together by European courts as a paired flavour combination before Europeans had figured out quite what to do with either of them individually. The initial European reception of vanilla was enthusiastic among the aristocratic classes who could access it, and completely irrelevant to everyone else who could not. Vanilla remained extremely expensive throughout the 16th, 17th, and most of the 18th centuries, for a reason that is both simple and maddeningly specific. Vanilla, outside of eastern Mexico, would not produce pods. Plants could be grown in European greenhouses and in tropical colonies with suitable climates. The vines would grow, the leaves would flourish, the extraordinary pale flowers would appear, and then absolutely nothing would happen, because without the specific pollinator species native to the Mexican Gulf Coast region, the flowers would remain unfertilized and fall off the vine without producing fruit. European colonial planters tried to establish vanilla cultivation in various tropical locations in Java, in Réunion, in Madagascar, and kept running into the same wall. Beautiful plants, zero pods, an agricultural enterprise that was essentially a very expensive way to grow a decorative vine. The pollination problem with vanilla is, biologically speaking, one of the more specific examples of coevolution that exists in nature. The vanilla orchid, Vanilla planifolia, produces flowers that are structured in a way that makes self-pollination essentially impossible. The male and female reproductive parts of the flower are separated by a small flap of tissue, the rostellum, that physically prevents pollen from the same flower reaching the stigma. Cross-pollination between flowers requires an agent capable of navigating this specific geometry. In Mexico, this role is filled primarily by certain species of small bees in the genus Melipona stingless bees that are native to the region, and that evolved alongside the vanilla orchid over a timeline long enough that the flower's structure and the bee's anatomy became matched partners. Some hummingbirds and other insects contribute to pollination as well, but the Melipona bees are the primary mechanism, and they exist only in their native range in Mesoamerica. Take the vanilla vine to Réunion or Java or Madagascar, and the Melipona bees don't come with it. The result is a beautiful plant with an insurmountable reproductive bottleneck, and this remained the state of vanilla cultivation outside Mexico for roughly 300 years, from the early 16th century to the 1840s, when the solution arrived from a direction no one had thought to look. In 1841, on the French colonial island of Réunion in the Indian Ocean, a 12-year-old enslaved boy named Edmund Albius discovered that vanilla flowers could be pollinated by hand, using a simple tool, a small stick or stiff grass blade, to lift the rostellum flap and transfer pollen from the anther to the stigma in a process that took only a few seconds per flower, but required working through entire plantations at exactly the right moment in the flower's brief life cycle. Edmund had figured out the solution to a problem that had defeated 3 centuries of European botanical and agricultural effort, and he had done it as a child, working on a plantation, with no formal training in botany or horticulture. His method, with essentially no modification, is still how the vast majority of the world's vanilla is pollinated today, nearly 200 years later. It is one of those historical facts that sits in a complicated place. A 12-year-old enslaved child solving a problem that adults with resources and institutions behind them had failed to crack, and then having his contribution disputed, minimized, and attributed to his owner for most of subsequent history. Edmund Albius was eventually recognized. He is now celebrated in Réunion as one of the island's most important historical figures, but for most of his lifetime, and for a long time after, the credit went elsewhere, which is depressingly consistent with how the contributions of enslaved people were handled throughout this entire period of history. The technique Edmund developed, hand pollination using a small implement to physically transfer pollen, immediately transformed the economics of vanilla cultivation outside Mexico. Within a few years of the method becoming known, vanilla plantations in Réunion began producing pods in quantity. The technique spread to Madagascar, to the Comoros Islands, and eventually to other tropical regions. Madagascar in particular developed into the world's dominant vanilla producer over the following decades, a position it still holds today. Madagascar and neighbouring Comoros together account for somewhere between 75 and 80% of global vanilla production, a geographic concentration that makes vanilla supply chains unusually sensitive to weather events and local agricultural conditions in a small area of the western Indian Ocean. The practical reality of hand-pollinating vanilla is worth dwelling on, because it is one of those agricultural processes that sounds straightforward in description and is absolutely relentless in execution. Vanilla orchids bloom seasonally, and within a flowering season, individual flowers open one at a time, or sometimes a handful at a time, from a flower cluster that may contain 20 or more buds. Each flower is open and viable for exactly one day, one morning, or in some varieties one afternoon. If you miss the window, that flower produces nothing, and the window does not repeat. There are no second chances, no extensions, no coming back tomorrow to finish the cluster you didn't get to today. This means that during flowering season, vanilla farmers walk through their plantations every single day, checking every vine, identifying every open flower, and hand-pollinating each one individually. A large vanilla plantation during peak flowering season is a place of intense, focused, daily labour that continues without interruption for the duration of the bloom, which can last several weeks. It is, as agricultural work goes, extraordinarily demanding in its precision and timing, and not at all the sort of thing you can productively approach with a casual attitude or Monday morning scheduling habits. After successful pollination, the vanilla bean, which is botanically the seed pod of the orchid, takes roughly 9 months to reach full size, maturing on the vine over the same amount of time that, in an entirely different kind of narrative, produces a human infant. The pods are harvested before they fully ripen and split open, at which point they are pale green and contain essentially none of the flavour compounds we associate with vanilla. The flavour doesn't exist yet in the fresh pod. It develops during curing, through a process that is simultaneously simple in its basic principles and extraordinarily nuanced in its execution. Traditional vanilla curing, the method developed in Mexico by the Totonac and refined over centuries, adapted and refined again on the islands of the Indian Ocean, involves 3 main phases: killing, sweating, and drying. The killing phase stops the enzymatic processes in the pod that would cause it to simply ripen and decay, through brief exposure to heat, sun, hot water, or a conventional oven, depending on the specific curing tradition. The sweating phase involves wrapping the still warm pods in blankets or cloth, and storing them in closed, insulated containers overnight, maintaining warmth and humidity, while enzymatic reactions begin converting the vanillin glucoside precursors in the pod into vanillin, the primary flavour compound, and a complex array of other aromatic molecules. The pods are then spread in the sun during the day and wrapped at night, repeatedly, for weeks or months, gradually losing moisture while the flavour compounds concentrate and develop. The full traditional curing process takes between 3 and 6 months, depending on the desired final product and the specific methods used by the curer. Throughout this period, skilled curers handle each pod regularly, checking for mould, managing moisture levels, assessing the development of flavour and the suppleness of the pod, in a process that is closer to skilled artisanal craft than to anything you might call mass production. The knowledge of how to cure vanilla well is genuinely complex, built up through experience and passed between practitioners, and the results of excellent curing versus mediocre curing are perceptible in the finished pod to anyone with a reasonably educated palate. A well-cured bourbon vanilla pod from Madagascar bourbon being the historical name for Réunion, preserved in the vanilla industry's terminology long after the island stopped being called, that should be supple rather than brittle, deeply dark, almost oily on the surface from the exuded vanillin crystals, and fragrant with a richness that is difficult to describe without reaching for metaphors. Warm, floral, slightly smoky, with undertones of dried fruit and something that most people simply recognize as vanilla, without being able to articulate its components. That complexity of aroma is not accidental and not simple. Finished vanilla extract contains more than 250 distinct chemical compounds, of which vanillin is the most prominent but by no means the only contributor to the characteristic flavour profile. The other compounds, esters, phenols, aldehydes, and various others, provide depth, warmth, and specific floral or fruity notes that differentiate real vanilla from synthetic vanillin in ways that any reasonably attentive person can detect once they've experienced both. Synthetic vanillin, which is what vanilla flavour typically means on an ingredient label, when vanilla or pure vanilla extract is not specified, is a single compound, produced industrially from wood pulp lignin or from guaiacol, a petroleum derivative. It is a perfectly competent reproduction of the dominant flavour note of vanilla. It is not vanilla, in the same sense that a single instrument playing the melody line is not the full orchestral score. You get the tune. You don't get the harmonics, the texture, the complexity that makes the real thing what it is. The price difference between real vanilla and synthetic vanillin reflects this gap with some precision. Pure vanilla extract is one of the most expensive flavour ingredients in the global food industry, more expensive per unit than most other natural flavours, and subject to price swings of genuinely alarming magnitude based on weather events in Madagascar. In 2017, Cyclone Inawo made landfall in northern Madagascar, damaging a significant portion of the vanilla crop and sending prices on the global market to over $600 per kilogram, at which point vanilla was, weight for weight, more expensive than silver. The food industry, which had been using real vanilla in various applications partly as a quality signal, quietly accelerated its already substantial use of synthetic vanillin in products where most consumers wouldn't notice or ask. The perfume industry, the high-end chocolate industry, and the premium ice cream market continued paying for real vanilla, because in those contexts the difference is detectable and the consumer is paying for detectability. Everyone else adjusted to the financial reality of growing one of the most labour-intensive crops on Earth in a region that cyclones visit occasionally. The domination of Madagascar in global vanilla supply is, historically speaking, a relatively recent phenomenon, the result of the confluence of Edmond Albius's technique, French colonial agricultural investment in Réunion and Madagascar, and the specific climate conditions of the Sava region in northeastern Madagascar that proved exceptionally well suited to vanilla cultivation. Before Madagascar's ascendance, Mexico remained the world's primary vanilla producer for centuries, both because Melipona bees made natural pollination possible there, and because the Totonac and later Mestizo farmers in the Papantla region of Veracruz had centuries of accumulated knowledge about vanilla cultivation and curing that producers elsewhere were still developing. Mexican vanilla from Papantla carries a distinct flavor profile that differs from bourbon vanilla in recognizable ways, often described as creamier, less floral, with a slightly spicier edge that likely reflects both the different growing conditions and the specific vanilla orchid varieties cultivated in the region. Tahitian vanilla from Vanilla tahitensis, a distinct species or hybrid grown in French Polynesia, is different again, markedly more floral and fruity, with strong cherry and anise notes that make it particularly popular in pastry applications, where its aromatic intensity can be showcased. The vanilla world has its own terroir, in the same way that rice and honey have regional flavour identities shaped by geography, climate and practice, and vanilla enthusiasts, who absolutely exist and are not the kind of people you want to get trapped next to at a party if you have somewhere to be, will explain the differences between origins with the same intensity that wine people bring to discussions of specific vineyard plots. The global vanilla industry, despite being built on a technique developed by a 12-year-old in 1841, has been extraordinarily slow to mechanize or modernize in its fundamental operations. Hand pollination remains universal outside Mexico, because no mechanical substitute has been developed that can replicate the speed, precision, and flower-specific judgment that experienced human pollinators apply when working through a plantation at the height of bloom. Various agricultural research programs have investigated automated pollination robotic systems, sprayed pollen suspensions, and other approaches without producing anything close to the efficiency and success rates of manual pollination by skilled workers. The vanilla flower is simply too specific in its requirements, too briefly available, and too delicate in its structure to have yielded gracefully to mechanization. It remains, as it has been since before Edmond Albius's insight, a fundamentally human agricultural task. The social economy of vanilla farming in Madagascar is organized around smallholder agriculture on a scale that would be familiar, in its basic structure, to the rice farmers of Asia we discussed earlier. The majority of Madagascar's vanilla is grown on small family farms in the Sava region, averaging perhaps a hectare or two in size, where farmers manage vanilla vines trained onto shade trees in a system that combines vanilla with food crops. The households involved in vanilla production are participating in global commodity markets whose price fluctuations are determined by weather, currency movements, consumer preferences in food manufacturing, and speculative buying and selling in commodity markets forces entirely beyond their control or even their visibility, in many cases while doing work that requires intimate daily attention to individual plants and a deep embodied knowledge of the crop that no external market participant possesses. This combination of extreme local expertise and zero market power is a feature of smallholder commodity agriculture that appears, in various forms, across most of the world's most labour-intensive specialty crops. It is not exactly the most equitable arrangement imaginable, though for most of history it has been considered simply how things work. The environmental context of vanilla cultivation adds another layer of complexity. Vanilla vines require shade. They are forest margin plants in their native habitat, and they grow most productively when shaded by trees rather than in full sun. This makes vanilla cultivation, in principle, compatible with agroforestry systems that maintain tree cover and support biodiversity, unlike the cleared monoculture plantations that dominate much of tropical agriculture. In practice, the economics of vanilla farming in Madagascar have driven some clearing of forest, particularly during periods of high prices when the incentive to expand vanilla cultivation quickly outweighs the long-term ecological calculation. The relationship between vanilla farming and forest conservation in Madagascar, which is home to extraordinary levels of biodiversity found nowhere else on Earth, is an active area of concern for conservation organisations, and one of those cases where the economic interests of farmers, the commercial interests of the global food industry, and the ecological interests of the planet point in directions that are not always easy to reconcile. Back in the flavour itself, which is where vanilla has always been most at home, the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe produced a steady expansion of vanilla's culinary role as supplies became more reliable and prices, while never exactly cheap, became accessible to a wider range of professional kitchens and eventually household cooks. Vanilla moved from the cacao drink it had accompanied since the Aztec court into custards, pastry creams and ice creams, with a naturalness that suggests it was always meant to be there. The combination of vanilla with dairy fat in cream, butter and eggs produces a flavour synergy that appears across European pastry traditions with remarkable consistency, because the aromatic compounds in vanilla are fat-soluble and bind beautifully to the lipids in cream, releasing aroma as the fat warms in your mouth in a way that makes the overall sensory experience significantly richer than vanilla in a water-based medium. The crème brûlée, that deceptively simple custard of cream, egg yolks, and vanilla beneath a cracked sugar crust, is essentially a vehicle designed to showcase this fat-vanilla interaction at maximum expressiveness, and it has been doing exactly that in various French kitchens since at least the 17th century, which means vanilla has been the centre of that particular dessert for roughly as long as France has been France in its current geographic form. The vanilla pods split and scraped into a pot of cream, infusing while the cream heats, the tiny black seeds suspended in the pale custard. This is the technique described in cookbooks from the 18th century, and still described in the same terms today, because nothing about the underlying chemistry has changed and nothing better has been found. Some things resist improvement not because no one has tried, but because they were right to begin with. Thomas Jefferson, who spent several years as the American minister to France in the 1780s and developed an impressive collection of culinary enthusiasms during that time, is frequently credited with introducing vanilla ice cream to the United States, or at least with being one of the first Americans to write down a recipe for it. His handwritten recipe for vanilla ice cream survives in the Library of Congress, calling for 2 bottles of good cream, 6 egg yolks, half a pound of sugar, and 1 stick of vanilla, which is a recipe that would produce something excellent by any era's standards. Whether Jefferson genuinely introduced vanilla ice cream to America, or simply documented what was already circulating in elite American households, is debated, but the recipe itself is real, and it is charming to imagine one of the founding fathers carefully scraping vanilla pods into cream and fussing over the texture of the custard base, which is either a delightfully humanizing detail or a commentary on how the founding fathers spent their leisure time, depending on your disposition. Ice cream, once it became industrially producible in the late 19th and early 20th centuries with mechanical refrigeration, drove vanilla consumption to scales that the vanilla orchid's natural biology was completely unequipped to meet. The demand for vanilla flavour in American ice cream alone as vanilla became the single most popular flavour in what became one of the most ice cream-obsessed countries on Earth, far exceeded what the vanilla agriculture of Madagascar and Mexico could supply at any price that mass-market ice cream could absorb. Synthetic vanillin, already available since the 1870s, when German chemists first synthesized it from coniferal alcohol, provided the solution. The vast majority of vanilla-flavoured commercial ice cream in the world today uses synthetic vanillin, or a combination of synthetic vanillin with small amounts of real vanilla extract, for what food scientists call the top note, the bright initial aromatic impression that real vanilla provides even in small quantities. It is an entirely pragmatic compromise that makes it possible to eat vanilla ice cream without thinking too hard about agricultural labour chains, which is perhaps the point. The perfume industry's relationship with vanilla is parallel to the food industry's, but perhaps even more intense, because in fragrance, The depth and complexity that distinguishes real vanilla from synthetic vanillin is the whole point. Vanillin was one of the first synthetic aromatic compounds used in perfumery, incorporated into the famous Jicky by the French house Guerlain in 1889, considered one of the first modern perfumes in the Western tradition. The warm, sweet, slightly powdery quality that vanillin contributes to fragrance, what perfumers call gourmand notes, became one of the defining characteristics of an entire category of late 19th and early 20th century perfumes. Shalimar, also by Guerlain, introduced in 1925, built much of its character on a massive vanillin accord that was considered extraordinarily bold at the time and is now considered a classic. The influence of vanilla-derived compounds on modern perfumery is so pervasive that it's difficult to name a category of fragrance that hasn't, at some point, incorporated a vanillic element from the obvious gourmand and oriental families to the less expected uses in Kuiper and woody compositions where vanillin provides warmth and depth without necessarily registering as vanilla to most wearers. There is something philosophically interesting in the double life that vanilla leads as the default boring safe choice in popular culture, and as one of the most complex, labour-intensive, scientifically fascinating, and historically rich flavours that human agriculture has ever produced. The word vanilla became a synonym for blandness sometime in the 20th century, as vanilla ice cream became the default, the flavour that was always available, always acceptable, always the choice when no choice was made. But the reason vanilla became the default is precisely because it's so good, so universally appealing, so capable of complementing everything around it without overpowering anything. The flavour scientists call this enhancing vanilla, improves the perception of sweetness, rounds out harsh notes, and adds complexity to simpler flavour profiles in ways that make everything around it taste slightly better. Vanilla doesn't assert itself, it elevates, and somewhere in the process of elevating everything, it became invisible, which is the particular fate of things that are so well designed they stop being noticed. The vanilla orchid, meanwhile, continues to do exactly what it has done for millennia, producing its one-day flower in the tropical forests of the Gulf Coast, where melipona bees arrive each morning to complete the pollination that the rest of the world has spent 200 years trying to replicate with sticks and human ingenuity. The cured pod, dark and oily and fragrant with a complexity that 250 chemical compounds produce together, contains within it the history of the Totonac farmers who first cultivated it, the Aztec court that prized it, the Spanish explorers who brought it across the ocean, the enslaved child who unlocked its global potential, the farmers in Madagascar who wake at dawn every morning during flowering season to walk their vines and pollinate each flower by hand before midday comes and the window closes. Every vanilla pod is all of that, compressed into a few grams of dark, fragrant pod, extraordinary patience made edible, which is the opposite of boring by any reasonable measure, and always has been. Vanilla required patience, hand labour, and a child genius to unlock its potential. But the transformation we're about to discuss required none of that. No tools, no technique, no 12-year-old with a blade of grass. In fact, the oldest and most consequential food technology in human history required nothing more than leaving things alone and seeing what happened, which sounds, on the surface, like an extremely passive approach to culinary innovation, and yet fermentation changed the flavour of civilization so completely that it's almost impossible to describe what human food culture would look like without it, because the answer is essentially much blander, much less interesting, and considerably shorter on occasions worth celebrating. Fermentation is, at its most basic level, the metabolic activity of microorganisms, primarily bacteria, yeasts, and molds, breaking down sugars, starches, and proteins in food, and producing byproducts that transform the original ingredient into something categorically different. The alcohol in wine, the carbon dioxide bubbles that make bread rise, the lactic acid that gives yogurt its tang and sauerkraut its bite, the complex enzymatic breakdown that turns a soybean into miso paste over 18 months of patient aging. All of these are fermentation-different organisms, different substrates, different conditions, wildly different results, but the same underlying process, microscopic life forms eating something and producing something else in the process, which it turns out is frequently delicious. The deeply interesting thing about fermentation's place in human history is that we used it for thousands of years before we had any idea what was actually happening. The microorganisms responsible for fermentation were not discovered until the 17th century, when Antony van Leeuwenhoek first observed bacteria through his homemade microscopes in Delft. The connection between those microorganisms and fermentation processes was not established until the 19th century, when Louis Pasteur's careful experiments definitively showed that fermentation was a biological process caused by living organisms rather than a purely chemical reaction, a finding that was, at the time, genuinely controversial, which says something interesting about how strongly committed 19th century scientists were to the non-biological explanation. For roughly 10,000 years prior to Pasteur's work, human beings were conducting fermentation on a massive scale, with sophisticated practical knowledge of what conditions produced good results, without any theoretical framework for why it worked. The ancient Sumerians brewing beer, the Egyptian bakers leaving dough to rise, the Korean farmers packing salted vegetables into clay pots, all of them were managing microbial ecosystems with considerable skill, using nothing more than accumulated empirical observation and the knowledge passed down from whoever taught them, which, when you think about it, is an impressive feat of practical science conducted entirely without a microscope. The earliest confirmed evidence of deliberate fermentation in human history comes from multiple directions simultaneously, which suggests that this is one of those cases where the same basic discovery was made independently in different places around the same time, or more likely that fermentation was so fundamental and so reliably occurring whenever humans processed certain foods that its discovery was essentially inevitable wherever those foods existed. The oldest known alcoholic beverages date back somewhere around 9,000 years, from chemical residues in pottery vessels found at archaeological sites in China, the Middle East, and Georgia in the Caucasus region. The Chinese site at Jiahu in Henan province produced evidence of a fermented beverage made from rice, honey, grapes, and hawthorn fruit. A combination that doesn't map neatly onto any modern beverage category, but suggests a willingness to mix whatever fermentable ingredients were available and see what resulted, which is a surprisingly contemporary approach to craft brewing. The early winemakers of the Caucasus, working with the wild grape varieties native to that region, were producing something recognizably wine from at least 6000 BCE, making Georgia one of the plausible candidates for the birthplace of wine, a claim the Georgians make with considerable national pride and which the archaeological evidence does support, even if the question of first in food history is always somewhat murky. Beer has its own competing origin stories, with strong evidence of early brewing in ancient Mesopotamia, what is now Iraq, dating back to around 5000 BCE. The Sumerians, who were extraordinary administrative record keepers, in addition to being early brewers, left behind clay tablets with references to beer production that are detailed enough to confirm it was not a casual domestic activity, but an organized, economically significant operation. There are Sumerian hymns to Ninkasi, the goddess of beer, that double as brewing recipes when read carefully, a combination of religious devotion and practical instruction that is either charming or extremely efficient, depending on how you feel about multitasking in liturgy. The hymn describes adding bapir, fermented barley bread, to the brewing process as a source of wild yeasts, a technique that reflects a practical understanding of how to inoculate a fermentation, expressed through the language of divine favour rather than microbiology. The gods were apparently on board with the whole enterprise. Beer in ancient Mesopotamia was not the clear, carbonated, cold beverage that the word conjures today. It was thick, somewhat turbid, variable in quality depending on the batch, and consumed through long reed straws to filter out the floating grain debris. Images of people drinking from communal vessels through reed straws appear repeatedly in Sumerian and Akkadian artwork, presenting what looks to modern eyes like a particularly elaborate cocktail hour, but was in practical terms the standard delivery mechanism for one of the most calorie-dense and nutritionally valuable beverages available in the ancient world. Fermentation converted grain starches into alcohol, and also made certain B vitamins more bioavailable, made the beverage safer to drink than untreated water from a river of questionable cleanliness, and produced enough caloric density that beer was a significant component of worker rations on large construction projects. The workers who built the pyramids at Giza were provisioned with beer as part of their compensation, not because ancient Egyptian management was unusually generous, but because beer was food as much as it was a beverage, and feeding a workforce of tens of thousands through an Egyptian summer required calorie-dense, portable, relatively shelf-stable provisions. Beer checked most of those boxes, even if the quality control was somewhat more variable than the modern worker might prefer. The cultural significance of fermented beverages across ancient civilizations is so widespread and so consistent that it has led some researchers to propose somewhat controversially that the desire for alcohol may have been one of the motivating factors in the initial domestication of grain crops. This is sometimes called the beer before bread hypothesis, and while it remains debated, the underlying observation that drives it is real. Domesticating grain is an enormous amount of work, requiring years of selective cultivation to develop varieties that are reliably productive and have husks loose enough to thresh, and the caloric payoff in bread is available from wild grain without any of that effort. The payoff in fermented beverages, however reliable, controllable, reproducible alcohol production requires domesticated grain in larger quantities and more consistent quality than wild harvesting typically provides. Whether this was genuinely a motivation or merely a beneficial side effect of domestication undertaken for other reasons, fermentation and grain agriculture were deeply intertwined from the beginning of both, and it's worth noting that the regions where grain cultivation first developed, the Fertile Crescent, the Yellow River Valley, Mesoamerica, are also the regions where the earliest evidence of fermented grain beverages appears. Correlation naturally is not causation, but it is at least interesting company to keep. Bread, which occupies a different cultural register than beer, in most modern minds more wholesome, more basic, more closely associated with everyday sustenance rather than celebration, is nonetheless a fermented product, and the yeast activity responsible for its characteristic texture and flavour is the same fundamental biological process that produces the alcohol in beer. Leavened bread made with yeast rather than simply baked flat appears to have been developed in ancient Egypt, where the warm, grain-rich environment was extremely hospitable to the wild yeasts that float in the air everywhere and would have colonized any grain-water mixture left out long enough. Egyptian bakers discovered, presumably through the same process of leaving things alone and observing what happened, that dough left to rest before baking became lighter, more airy, and more flavorful than dough baked immediately. They maintained their starter culture's living colonies of wild yeast in a flour-water medium from batch to batch, feeding them daily and using portions to leaven each new batch of bread. The concept is identical to what artisan bakers today call a sourdough starter, and the practice of maintaining a continuous culture and using it to leaven bread has been unbroken in various parts of the world for literally thousands of years. There is a bakery in San Francisco that maintains a sourdough starter they claim has been in continuous use since the 1849 gold rush, which would make it roughly 175 years old. Boudin Bakery in the Fisherman's Wharf area guards this starter with what can only be described as institutional reverence, keeping backup cultures in case of disaster and producing a bread that is shaped by the specific wild yeast and bacterial strains that have been cultivating in that particular flour-water environment for a century and 3/4. Whether this starter is genuinely continuous or has been refreshed with outside cultures at various points in its history is the kind of question that sourdough enthusiasts care about with a passion that might seem disproportionate to non-enthusiasts. But the broader point stands: a fermentation culture, properly maintained, is effectively immortal. You're feeding a living ecosystem, and if you keep feeding it, it keeps living. Ancient Egyptian bakers understood this practically. Modern scientists can now explain exactly which species of lactobacillus and wild Saccharomyces are responsible for the specific flavour of any given sourdough starter, but the cultural knowledge preceded the scientific explanation by about 4,000 years. The microbiology of bread fermentation is worth a brief exploration because it's more complex than the single yeast picture that most people carry around. Commercial bread yeast. The packets of Saccharomyces cerevisiae sold in every supermarket is a single, industrially selected strain optimized for consistent, fast, predictable leavening. It produces carbon dioxide reliably, lifts the dough, and then gets baked to death, contributing essentially no flavor of its own beyond a faint yeasty note that bread enthusiasts tend to describe, slightly dismissively, as commercial. Traditional sourdough starters, by contrast, contain not just wild yeasts but lactic acid bacteria, primarily various species of lactobacillus that produce lactic and acetic acids as metabolic byproducts. These acids give sourdough its characteristic tang, contribute to its shelf life by lowering the pH enough to inhibit mold, affect the gluten structure in ways that change the bread's texture and digestibility, and interact with the yeast's own flavour compounds to produce an aromatic complexity that the single-strain commercial approach simply cannot replicate. Different starter cultures, maintained in different environments, with different flower types and water sources, develop different balances of species and strains, which is why a San Francisco sourdough tastes different from a German sourdough tastes different from a Scandinavian rye sourdough, even when the same basic technique is applied. The local microbiome is part of the recipe, invisible and unmeasured but contributing flavours and textures that no formula can fully specify. This principle that the specific microbial community involved in a fermentation shapes the final product in ways that are location and environment specific is one of the most fascinating dimensions of fermentation science, and it connects directly to the terroir concept we touched on with honey and vanilla. Wine grapes crushed and fermented in Burgundy, with the specific wild yeasts that live on those particular grape skins and in that particular cellar air, produce wine that reflects that specific microbial ecosystem as surely as they reflect the soil chemistry and the weather of the vintage year. The traditional winemakers of Burgundy, Bordeaux, and the other great wine regions of the world have long spoken of the particular character of their cellars, the idea that wine made in a specific building has a specific quality related to that place, without being able to articulate the mechanism. The mechanism is microbial. The cellar walls, the wooden fermentation vessels, the floor and air of a winery that has been making wine in the same way for generations, harbour communities of indigenous yeasts and bacteria that inoculate each new vintage and contribute their specific flavour signatures. When a winemaker transitions from traditional fermentation with indigenous yeasts to inoculation with commercial yeast strains, a common modernisation driven by consistency and predictability, they gain reliable results and lose something more difficult to quantify, but genuinely present in the original. Cheese, which appears later in this series of stories but which earns at least a mention in the context of fermentation, is perhaps the most dramatically transformed of all fermented dairy products, a process in which milk, through the combined activity of lactic acid bacteria, rennet enzymes, and in some varieties specialized mold cultures, becomes something with a flavor profile, texture, and culinary potential entirely unlike the original ingredient. The transformation is so complete that it is difficult to reconstruct from eating a well-aged Comté or a pungent Epoisse that the starting material was simply cow's milk. The bacteria and fungi responsible for those flavors were doing their work eating the lactose, converting the proteins, producing aromatic compounds, breaking down the fat, and the cheesemaker's skill lay in creating and maintaining the conditions in which those organisms could do that work in a predictable and desirable direction. The fermentation of vegetables, a category that encompasses everything from Central European sauerkraut to Korean kimchi to Japanese sukemono to Indian achar, operates primarily through lactic acid bacteria that are naturally present on the vegetable surfaces and that, given the right salt concentration and anaerobic conditions, proliferate and acidify the fermentation environment in ways that preserve the vegetables and develop complex flavors. The key to vegetable fermentation, in its most traditional forms, is salt used not as a preservative in its own right, as discussed earlier with the salt chapter, but to draw liquid from the vegetables through osmosis, creating a brine in which the lactobacillus bacteria thrive while competing microorganisms that prefer less acidic conditions are suppressed. This is, when you think about it, a remarkably elegant system. The salt selects for the specific organisms that will produce a safe and flavorful result, essentially doing the initial microbial management without requiring the fermenter to understand what microorganisms are or what they do. Kimchi, the fermented vegetable preparation that is possibly the most recognizable Korean food globally, is a study in this principle carried to extraordinary sophistication. The basic ingredients are simple enough, typically Napa cabbage, salted and rinsed, combined with a paste of chili, garlic, ginger, green onions, and usually a fermented fish or shellfish component, packed into containers and left to ferment for periods ranging from a few days to several years. The result, depending on the fermentation time, salt concentration, ratio of ingredients, and the ambient temperature, ranges from fresh and lightly tangy to deeply sour, intensely complex, almost fizzing with bacterial activity. In Korea, kimchi preparation, particularly the communal autumn making of enough kimchi to last through winter, a tradition called kimjang, is recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage, a designation that acknowledges it as not simply a food process, but a social practice that organizes community relationships around shared labor and shared taste. Kimjang involves neighbors helping neighbors, recipes passed between households, the collective knowledge of how to make kimchi well treated as a community resource rather than proprietary information. It is fermentation as social technology, which is a role that fermented foods have played in cultures around the world without anyone necessarily naming it as such. The Japanese tradition of fermented foods is so extensive and so deeply embedded in the cuisine that it's difficult to identify a canonical Japanese meal that doesn't contain multiple fermented elements simultaneously. Miso, the fermented soybean paste made with the koji mold, Aspergillus oryzae, appears in soups, marinades, glazes, dressings, and condiments across the full range of Japanese cooking, from the simplest home meals to the most elaborate kaiseki multi-course restaurant experiences. Soy sauce shoyu is produced through a fermentation process involving the same koji mold applied to a mixture of soybeans and wheat, followed by a long aging period in which the koji enzymes break down proteins into amino acids and generate the complex savory depth that makes soy sauce one of the most effective flavor enhancers in the world. Mirin, the sweet rice wine used in Japanese cooking. Sake, the fermented rice beverage. Rice vinegar, pickled vegetables. All of these are fermented products that together constitute something close to the foundational flavor vocabulary of Japanese cuisine. Remove fermentation from Japanese cooking, and you don't have a simplified version of Japanese cuisine. You have something unrecognizable. The koji mold Aspergillus oryzae deserves particular attention because it is one of the most extraordinarily versatile fermentation organisms humans have ever domesticated, and its recent emergence as a subject of intense interest in Western culinary circles suggests that its potential is still being explored. Koji has been used in East Asia for at least 3,000 years, cultivated on rice, barley or soybeans to produce the enzymes that drive the fermentation of miso, soy sauce, sake, mirin, and various other products. The enzymes koji produces primarily amylases that break down starches into sugars, and proteases that break down proteins into amino acids are extraordinarily powerful and can be applied to a much wider range of substrates than the traditional ones. Contemporary chefs in Japan, Europe, and North America have been experimenting with using koji to cure meats, aged cheeses, and create umami-rich condiments from ingredients that the traditional Japanese fermentation repertoire never touched, with results that are frequently remarkable. A piece of beef rubbed with koji and left to age for a few days develops a depth of savory flavor that mimics months of conventional aging, because the protease enzymes are actively breaking down muscle proteins into the glutamates and other amino acids that the palate registers as umami. The koji is essentially doing in days what thyme and the meat's own enzymes would do over months. It is fermentation applied as a precision flavor tool, and it is extraordinary. Umami, the fifth basic taste, alongside sweet, sour, salty, and bitter, is in many ways a fermentation gift to the human palate. The characteristic savory, mouth-filling, intensely satisfying quality that umami provides is produced primarily by glutamates and certain nucleotides that appear in high concentrations in fermented and aged foods. Aged Parmesan cheese, which has been produced in the Po Valley of northern Italy using largely unchanged methods for centuries, contains extraordinary concentrations of glutamates that make it one of the highest umami foods known to exist. Fermented fish sauces, the Roman garum mentioned in the salt chapter, and its modern descendants in Southeast Asian fish sauce and Worcestershire sauce are essentially concentrated glutamate solutions produced by allowing enzymes in the fish's own tissue and from bacteria to break down proteins over months of controlled fermentation. They taste, in isolation, extremely aggressive and not entirely pleasant. Added to other dishes in small quantities, they produce the same amplification effect that salt provides, making everything around them taste more intensely like itself, but with a specific savory depth that salt alone cannot achieve. The fermented fish sauce tradition of Southeast Asia is as old and as culturally embedded as soy sauces in East Asia, and the two flavor systems developed in parallel without significant interaction for most of their histories. Thai fish sauce nam plus Vietnamese fish sauce nuoc mam, and the various regional equivalents from Myanmar to the Philippines, are produced by packing small fish in salt at high concentrations and allowing the mixture to liquefy over months as the fish's own enzymes and halophilic bacteria break down the tissue completely. The result is a clear, amber liquid of intense saline pungency that is used as a foundational seasoning in the cuisines of the region, with the same ubiquity that salt has in Western cooking. Like garum in ancient Rome, fish sauce is not typically consumed as a condiment in isolation. It is incorporated into sauces, dressings, and cooking liquids as a background flavouring, adding depth and saltiness simultaneously. The Worcestershire sauce familiar to English kitchens and American steakhouses is, historically, a descendant of this same tradition, brought back to Britain from colonial India and adapted into a product that carries the same functional role, salty, savoury, fermentation-derived depth, in a form sufficiently removed from fish to be marketable to consumers who might have had reservations about the original version. The fermented anchovy in Worcestershire sauce is an ingredient that, when pointed out to people unfamiliar with it, tends to produce a moment of recalibration, followed by the observation that they've been enjoying anchovy fermented sauce on their steak for years without knowing it, which is either reassuring or unsettling depending on their relationship with anchovies. Coffee, which appears later in the consumption habits of most people reading this than it appears in this narrative, has a fermentation stage that is both technically significant and almost entirely invisible to the majority of people who drink it daily. Coffee cherries, once harvested from the coffee plant, must have their fruit flesh removed to expose the coffee seeds, the beans, and this can be done through several methods, one of the most influential of which involves a period of fermentation. In the washed processing method, coffee cherries are depulped mechanically and then left to ferment in water for between 12 and 72 hours, during which naturally occurring microorganisms break down the remaining fruit mucilage clinging to the bean. The fermentation time, temperature, and microbial community present during this process directly affect the flavour profile of the final roasted coffee too short, and the bean retains a grassy, underdeveloped character. Too long and undesirable fermentation byproducts create off flavours that no subsequent roasting can rescue. The specific flavours that specialty coffee enthusiasts describe in high-quality single-origin coffees, the fruit notes, the floral aromas, the complex acid structures are shaped partly by the coffee plant's genetics and the altitude and soil of the growing region, and partly by the specific fermentation conditions during processing. The fermentation is not incidental. It is part of the flavour development process, even if it happens before roasting and is invisible by the time the coffee reaches the cup. Chocolate undergoes a similar and equally critical fermentation stage that is perhaps even more significant to the final flavour, because unlike coffee, where the relationship between fermentation conditions and flavour is real, but subtle enough to be appreciated primarily by specialty enthusiasts, the fermentation of cacao is the step without which chocolate flavour doesn't develop at all. Fresh cacao seeds, removed from the pod, are pale purple and contain essentially no chocolate flavour precursors in a form that roasting can develop. They taste reportedly somewhere between astringent and mildly fruity, not repulsive, but nothing that would suggest the substance that has built a global industry. The chocolate flavour comes from fermentation. Freshly harvested cacao seeds, still covered in their sweet white pulp, are piled in heaps or wooden boxes and left to ferment for 5 to 7 days, during which yeasts first convert the sugars in the pulp to alcohol, followed by acetic acid bacteria converting the alcohol to acetic acid, and finally the heat generated by this microbial activity and the acid penetrating the seed coat trigger enzymatic reactions within the cacao seed itself that produce the flavour precursors, primarily amino acids and reducing sugars, that roasting will subsequently develop into the characteristic aroma compounds of chocolate. Skip the fermentation, and no subsequent processing will produce chocolate as we know it. Over-ferment, and the acetic acid penetrates too deeply and produces astringent, sharp off-flavours. Vinegar, that most domestic and apparently humble of fermented products, has its own history of surprising significance that is easy to overlook when the primary context is salad dressing. Vinegar is produced through the secondary fermentation of alcohol. Yeast first convert sugars to ethanol, and then acetic acid bacteria convert the ethanol to acetic acid in the presence of oxygen, producing the characteristic sharp, sour taste. This two-stage process means that virtually any fermentable liquid can become vinegar if exposed to the right bacterial cultures. Grape wine becomes wine vinegar, apple cider becomes apple cider vinegar, rice wine becomes rice vinegar, malt beer becomes malt vinegar. The historical uses of vinegar extended far beyond the culinary. It was used as a preservative, as a cleaning agent, as a medicine, and in ancient Roman armies, soldiers were issued a daily ration of posca, a mixture of water and vinegar that served as a portable disinfectant, an energy drink of sorts, and a preventive against waterborne illness, since the acidity of vinegar makes it inhospitable to many of the bacteria that cause the gastrointestinal problems that were the leading cause of troop incapacity throughout most of ancient military history. The Roman Empire, among its many engineering and administrative achievements, was partly sustained in the field by a fermented condiment. It's a small footnote, but it's the kind that accumulates. The tradition of aged vinegar, particularly balsamic vinegar from Modena and Reggio Emilia, in northern Italy, represents fermentation taken to its extreme in terms of patience and complexity. Traditional balsamic vinegar, Aceto balsamico tradizionale, which is a legally defined product subject to strict production rules, is made from cooked grape must that is fermented and then aged in a succession of barrels made from different wood types, including oak, chestnut, cherry, mulberry and juniper, for a minimum of 12 years, and sometimes for 25 years or more. The vinegar moves through progressively smaller barrels as it concentrates by evaporation, picking up different aromatic compounds from each wood type, developing over years into a thick, intensely complex syrup that is as different from ordinary wine vinegar as an aged single malt whiskey is from industrial grain alcohol. Traditional balsamic vinegar is produced in tiny quantities relative to the industrial balsamic vinegar sold cheaply in every supermarket. The latter a completely different product, typically wine vinegar thickened with grape must, and sold in a similar-looking bottle at a price point that reflects its dramatically different production process. The traditional product is sold by the small bottle, often by the precious drops, and used more as a condiment than an ingredient a few drops on strawberries, aged parmesan, or simply good bread. It is, in the fullest sense, a luxury product built on time and microbiology, which puts it in interesting company, alongside the other fermented thyme products that define the high end of food culture. The broader category of fermented beverages beyond beer and wine deserves at least a gesture toward its scale, because the fermented drink traditions of the world are enormous in their diversity and deeply embedded in cultures that are often overlooked in food histories centered on Europe and East Asia. Fermented milk drinks from the kumis of Central Asian nomadic cultures, made from fermented mare's milk, to the kefir of the Caucasus region, to the various fermented milk beverages produced across sub-Saharan Africa, represent fermentation traditions as old as animal husbandry itself. Chicha, the fermented maize beverage of the Andes, was central to Inca religious, ceremonial and social life in ways that make beer in ancient Mesopotamia look like a casual preference. The Inca state managed chicha production at industrial scale, using dedicated state brewhouses called a kulawasi, staffed by specialist workers, to produce the vast quantities needed to supply ceremonies, compensate workers on state labor projects, and maintain the web of reciprocal obligations through which the Inca state operated. The logistics of chicha production were, in effect, a significant component of Inca state administration, which is either a remarkable fact about pre-Columbian civilization or an observation about what states prioritize when they have to, depending on your perspective. Tepache, the fermented pineapple drink of Mexico; kvass, the fermented rye bread beverage of Russia and Eastern Europe; togwa, the fermented cereal porridge of Tanzania; pulque, the fermented agave sap of central Mexico that predates distilled mezcal and tequila by thousands of years. These are a small selection from a global inventory of fermented beverages that represents every civilization's particular solution to the same fundamental combination of available carbohydrates, ambient microorganisms, and the human interest in producing something more interesting than the starting ingredients. The diversity is not accidental. It maps almost perfectly onto the diversity of food crops and food cultures globally, because fermentation adapts to whatever is available and whatever the local microbiome can do with it. What unites all of these wildly different products, the 12-year balsamic vinegar aging in Modena, the kimchi packing in Korean courtyards in late autumn, the cacao fermentation heaps on a small Peruvian farm, the sourdough starter being fed its morning flour in a San Francisco bakery, is that they all represent a fundamental renegotiation of the relationship between human beings and the microscopic world. For most of history, microorganisms were simply forces that acted on food, spoiling it or transforming it, and humans managed them empirically through the accumulated knowledge of what worked. The germ theory of disease developed in the 19th century, and the subsequent century and a half of microbiology have given us the theoretical vocabulary to understand exactly what we've been doing all along. But the doing preceded the understanding by 10,000 years, and what that long empirical history produced the flavors of wine, bread, cheese, miso, kimchi, chocolate, coffee, vinegar, constitutes a significant portion of the most beloved and complex tastes in human cuisine. There is something quietly profound about the fact that many of the foods we find most sophisticated, the foods that appear at the center of high cuisine, that inspire the most devoted communities of enthusiasts, that command the highest prices in specialty food markets, are fermented products. Aged wine, fine cheese, single-origin dark chocolate, artisan sourdough, long-aged miso, traditional balsamic vinegar. The sophistication of these products is not despite the fact that they are the product of microbial activity in controlled conditions. It is precisely because of it. Fermentation takes time and turns it into flavor, takes simple raw ingredients and turns them into complexity, takes the work of organisms too small to see and turns it into some of the most remarkable sensory experiences that human food culture has ever produced. Which means that every time you open a bottle of good wine or break off a piece of fine dark chocolate or spread miso on something and wonder why it tastes so extraordinarily good, the honest answer involves acknowledging that billions of microorganisms worked extremely hard on your behalf. They deserve at least a moment of appreciation, even if thanking bacteria out loud in a restaurant tends to get you certain looks. Fermentation, as we've established, has a remarkable talent for turning simple things into extraordinary ones. But while miso and kimchi and sourdough require at least some deliberate management of conditions and ingredients, the origin story of tea, the second most consumed beverage on Earth after water, involves considerably less intention and considerably more accident, which is, in retrospect, a fitting origin for a drink that has spent the last several thousand years being associated with calm, patience, and the quiet acceptance of things as they are. The most widely told story of tea's discovery places it in China around 2737 BCE, during the reign of the legendary Emperor Shennong, a figure whose historical status sits somewhere between genuine ruler and cultural archetype, depending on which historian you consult. The story goes that Shennong, who was apparently a careful and methodical man with particular interest in plants and their medicinal properties, was boiling water outdoors a sensible practice, since boiling made water safer to drink, and Shennong was reputed to sample various plants and document their effects, which required keeping his faculties reasonably intact, when a branch from a nearby tea plant dropped several leaves into his pot. The resulting infusion was fragrant and pleasant, and Shennong, being both curious and the emperor, drank it. He liked it. And that, according to the legend, was how tea began. It is the kind of story that is probably not literally true in its specific details, and probably contains a genuine grain of truth about how tea was discovered through the accidental combination of hot water and tea leaves, observed by someone attentive enough to notice the result. If the emperor did not himself experience this particular moment, someone did, at some point, and the cultural attribution to Shennong reflects how central this plant became to Chinese civilization. Something this important must have had an appropriately significant beginning. Whether or not the legend is accurate, what is certain is that tea was being cultivated and consumed in China well before the Common Era, and that by the Tang dynasty, which ran from 618 to 907 CE, and is generally considered one of the high points of classical Chinese civilization, tea had moved from being a medicinal beverage consumed by scholars and monastics into something resembling the mass cultural phenomenon it would remain for the next 1200 years. The Tang writer Lu Yu produced the Chajing, the Classic of Tea, around 760 CE, a 3-volume work covering tea cultivation, processing, preparation equipment, brewing technique, and the philosophical dimensions of tea appreciation, with a thoroughness that is still remarkable today. Lu Yu was essentially writing the definitive guide to an entire culture that had grown up around a single plant, and the Chajing's existence tells you something important about Tang dynasty China. This was a society sufficiently sophisticated that it produced dedicated literature on the correct way to appreciate a beverage. The Classic of Tea was not a curiosity. It was taken seriously by serious people, and it influenced tea culture in China, Japan, and Korea for centuries after Lu Yu's death. The plant at the center of all of this, Camellia sinensis, the tea plant, is one of those biological entities that rewards closer examination the more you look at it, because its apparent simplicity conceals remarkable versatility. It is an evergreen shrub or small tree native to the region, where southwestern China meets northern Myanmar and northeastern India, a highland zone of cloud forests and monsoon rainfall that turns out to be an extraordinarily productive environment for tea cultivation. The plant produces leaves that contain caffeine, various polyphenols, amino acids, and an enormous range of volatile aromatic compounds, all of which interact with each other and with the human palate and nervous system in ways that explain both the flavour complexity of fine tea and the mild stimulant effect that has made tea a companion to thought and conversation across cultures and centuries. What is perhaps most extraordinary about Camellia sinensis is that a single species produces the entire spectrum of tea types that exist, from the most delicate, barely processed white tea made from tiny young buds to the deeply oxidized, robust black tea that goes into your breakfast cup, to the earthy, compressed puer that has been aged for years in conditions somewhat resembling a fermentation cave. The difference between these products is entirely in the processing. How quickly the leaves are dried after picking, whether they are allowed to oxidize, how they are shaped, and in some cases how long and under what conditions they are aged. The leaf itself is the same. What happens to the leaf afterward creates a universe of different results, which is either a testament to the extraordinary chemical versatility of the plant, or a reminder that the same raw material can produce wildly different outcomes depending on how you handle it, a lesson that fermentation, curing, and aging have already illustrated from multiple angles. Green tea, the oldest and most widely consumed form in East Asia, is made by arresting the oxidation of the leaf almost immediately after picking through heat, either by pan-firing in a wok in the Chinese tradition or by steaming in the Japanese tradition. The heat deactivates the oxidative enzymes in the leaf before they can significantly change the leaf's chemical composition, preserving the green colour and the fresh, grassy, vegetal flavours that characterise the style. The difference between Chinese pan-fired green teas and Japanese steamed green teas is perceptible and significant to anyone who pays attention. Chinese greens tend toward a toasty, slightly smoky quality from the wok's heat, while Japanese greens tend toward a more marine, seaweed-adjacent note, what the Japanese call umami in tea, that comes from the steaming process. Gyokuro, the most prized category of Japanese green tea, is shaded from sunlight for several weeks before harvest, which causes the tea plant to produce more of the amino acid L-theanine and less of the bitter catechins, resulting in a tea of extraordinary sweetness and depth that is simultaneously mild in bitterness and complex in flavour. It is, per gram, among the most expensive agricultural products produced in Japan, which is a country not known for underpricing its premium agricultural goods. Black tea, the type most familiar to the Western world, which is either a comment on global trade history or simply on Western preferences, probably both, is produced through full oxidation of the leaf, allowed to proceed until the leaf has turned fully brown, and the enzymatic reactions have converted the polyphenols into the theaflavins and theorubigens that give black tea its characteristic colour, body, and the specific astringency that makes it well suited to pairing with milk, which softens the tannins and creates the flavour profile that a large proportion of humanity has decided is the correct way to begin the morning. The development of black tea as a distinct style is connected directly to the demands of the export trade, specifically to the requirements of shipping tea from China to Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries. Green tea, being lightly processed, does not travel well over long sea voyages. It deteriorates. More heavily oxidized teas proved more shelf-stable during months at sea, and the teas that arrived in the best condition in European ports became the style that European consumers came to prefer, shaping a preference that has been self-reinforcing ever since. The story of tea in Britain deserves its own considerable attention, because it is one of the more dramatically consequential cases in food history of a consumer preference reshaping geopolitics, economics, and international trade on a global scale, and doing so with a level of moral complexity that the participants did not always acknowledge at the time. Tea arrived in Britain in the mid-17th century, initially through the Dutch trading networks that preceded British direct trade with Asia, and was adopted first by the aristocratic and merchant classes who could afford the considerable cost of imported tea in the early years. The fashion for tea in Britain accelerated dramatically after 1662, when the Portuguese princess Catherine of Braganza married King Charles II and brought tea-drinking habits from the Portuguese court, which had access to tea through its earlier Asian trading relationships, into the English royal household. That the Queen drank tea was a social signal sufficiently powerful to make the beverage fashionable among the English upper classes with a speed that commercial advertising could only aspire to. The coffee houses that had been the dominant social institutions for caffeine consumption in 17th century Britain found themselves joined by an enthusiasm for tea that would eventually overtake coffee as the national beverage, a reversal that has remained in place for roughly 350 years, which is one of the longer-lasting consequences of a royal marriage in culinary history. As tea became fashionable and then broadly popular in Britain through the 18th century, the question of how to supply a growing national appetite for an imported product became increasingly pressing and increasingly political. Tea was imported from China by the East India Company, which held a monopoly on British trade with Asia, and which was, to put it diplomatically, not a company that prioritised the interests of anyone other than its shareholders and the British Crown in its business practices. China, which was the sole significant source of tea for the global market throughout the 18th century, had its own views on the terms of trade specifically. The Qing dynasty's view that China had essentially everything it needed domestically, and was therefore willing to accept payment for tea only in silver, which the British were obliged to provide in significant and growing quantities as tea consumption expanded. This was not a trade arrangement the British found satisfying, and the search for something China might accept instead of silver led to one of the more morally instructive episodes in the history of trade: the forced expansion of the opium trade from British India into China, with consequences for Chinese society that were severe and long-lasting, and which the British government managed to justify to itself with the same confident application of economic logic that has characterised self-interested trade policy in every era. The tea trade's effect on British North America was more immediately spectacular and considerably better documented in popular memory. The British Parliament's imposition of a tax on tea imported to the American colonies through the Tea Act of 1773, which gave the East India Company effective monopoly over colonial tea sales while maintaining a tax that American colonists had been objecting to on constitutional grounds, produced the organised protest in Boston Harbour in December 1773, when colonists dressed, somewhat theatrically, as Mohawk warriors boarded 3 East India Company ships and deposited 342 chests of tea into the water. The Boston Tea Party, as it became known, was not primarily a protest about the price of tea. The Tea Act had actually made tea cheaper in the colonies by cutting out the middlemen, which was the political trap the British Parliament thought it was setting. It was a protest about the principle of taxation without colonial representation, using the occasion of a tea shipment as the most visible available demonstration. The British response, the Coercive Acts, which the colonists called the Intolerable Acts, escalated tensions to a level that contributed directly to the outbreak of the American Revolutionary War less than 2 years later. Tea was not the cause of American independence, but it was the occasion around which the decisive confrontation crystallized, which means that the morning cup of Yorkshire tea that a British person might drink while watching an American film set in colonial times is, in a small way, implicated in everything that followed. China's dominance over global tea supply was eventually broken by the British Empire's successful cultivation of tea in India, specifically in Assam, where a variety of Camellia sinensis was discovered growing wild in the 1820s and 1830s, the existence of indigenous tea in India having been somewhat inconveniently overlooked by everyone looking for a way to reduce dependence on Chinese tea, and subsequently in Darjeeling, in the foothills of the Himalayas, and in Sri Lanka, then called Ceylon. The development of Indian tea production in the second half of the 19th century required both the cultivation of tea on a large scale and the development of a labour system to work those plantations, a system that relied on indentured labourers brought from other parts of India under contractual arrangements that were, in practice, frequently coercive and difficult to exit, a pattern that will be familiar from other chapters of colonial agricultural history. The tea that arrived in Britain with labels like Darjeeling and Ceylon and Assam was grown under conditions that the British consumers brewing their morning cup were generally not encouraged to examine too closely, which was consistent with a broader approach to imperial supply chains that prioritised comfortable ignorance over inconvenient transparency. Darjeeling tea produced in the Himalayan foothills at elevations between 600 and 2,000 metres, with the specific combination of cool temperatures, misty mornings, and well-drained mountain soils developed a flavour profile so distinctive and so prized that it became the first Indian product to receive geographical indication status under international trade law, a designation that attempts to protect the name Darjeeling from being applied to teas not actually produced in that region, similar to the protections applied to Champagne or Roquefort in Europe. The muscatel character that Darjeeling's finest first and second flush teas exhibit a musky, grape-like aroma note that appears in teas made from leaves partially damaged by a specific leafhopper insect is one of those flavour characteristics so specific to a combination of geography, climate and biological accident that it cannot be manufactured anywhere else with any reliability, which is the definition of terroir applied to a product that is already familiar with the concept. Tea's transformation by Japan into something more than a beverage, into a philosophical practice, a discipline, and an art form represents one of the most complete cases in food history of an imported ingredient being remade by the culture that adopted it into something entirely new. Tea arrived in Japan from China during the Nara period, around the 8th century CE, carried by Buddhist monks who had studied in China and who brought back not just the beverage but the practice of mindful drinking that Chinese Chan Buddhist monasteries had developed. The connection between tea and Buddhist meditation practice tea was valued for its caffeine and L-theanine combination, which produces calm alertness rather than the jittery stimulation of caffeine alone, gave tea in Japan a spiritual context that shaped everything that developed from it. By the 15th and 16th centuries, the Japanese tea ceremony chado, or the way of tea, had been developed into a formal practice by tea masters, including Murata Juko, Takeno Jō, and most influentially Senno Rikyu, who codified the aesthetic principles of the ceremony around the concept of wabi, a sensibility that values imperfection, simplicity, and the transient beauty of ordinary moments. The tea room that Senno Rikyu designed was deliberately small and humble. The entrance was so low that guests had to bow deeply to enter, regardless of their social status, making the tea room a space of deliberate equality that inverted the hierarchies of the world outside. The utensils he selected or commissioned were rough, asymmetrical, visibly handmade, the opposite of the elaborate Chinese tea sets that had been fashionable among wealthy Japanese collectors, and a direct aesthetic statement about where beauty resided. The tea ceremony he taught was precisely choreographed, every movement, every placement of an object, every gesture from host and guest scripted in ways that required years of practice to perform naturally, and yet the spirit of the ceremony was supposed to be the opposite of performance, a genuine meeting of two people in a moment of shared attention, using tea as the medium. Senno Rikyu's influence on Japanese aesthetics extended far beyond the tea room. The principles of wabi that he articulated in the context of tea preparation permeated Japanese craft, architecture, garden design, and visual culture in ways that are still visible in Japanese design sensibility today. The famous concept of wabi-sabi, the appreciation of beauty in imperfection and impermanence, is one of the most influential aesthetic frameworks that Japan has contributed to global culture, and it emerged substantially from the context of the tea ceremony. A chipped tea bowl is not a damaged object. It is an object with history. A worn tatami mat in a tea room is not shabby. It is properly aged. The philosophy that Senno Rikyu built around the act of making and drinking tea was, in effect, a complete aesthetic system, and it was funded and made visible by the most everyday imaginable raw material. Hot water poured over leaves. Senno Rikyu's story, it should be mentioned, ended in circumstances that are either deeply tragic or grimly ironic depending on your perspective. In 1591, his patron Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the military leader who had unified Japan, ordered Rikyu to commit ritual suicide, for reasons that historians have debated ever since, and that probably involved a combination of political friction, artistic disagreement, and the inherent danger of becoming too influential in a period when influence and survival were in constant negotiation. The man who taught that the essence of tea was equality, humility, and the beauty of impermanence was dispatched by a powerful patron who apparently had some reservations about humility in practice. It is not the most comfortable footnote to an otherwise serene story, but it is an accurate one. Tea in China, meanwhile, continued to evolve through varieties and processing methods of extraordinary diversity. Oolong tea partially oxidized, sitting along the spectrum between green and black, was developed in the Fujian province and became a specialty of southern China and Taiwan, with flavor profiles ranging from floral and barely oxidized to dark, roasted, and deeply complex depending on the specific variety and processing approach. Pure tea, produced in Yunnan province in southwestern China, undergoes a fermentation process involving specific microbial activity different from the oxidative processing of black tea, more like the bacterial and fungal activity we discussed in the fermentation chapter that develops over months or years of aging in humid storage conditions, producing teas that are deeply earthy, sometimes described with words like forest floor or aged wood, and that improve in flavour complexity over years or even decades of storage, somewhat like fine wine. Aged pure cakes from good producers in good years are traded among collectors for substantial sums, which means there is a secondary market for compressed discs of aged tea that operates with some of the same logic as the fine wine market, including the same combination of genuine connoisseurship and speculative investment that tends to appear wherever aged things become objects of desire. The global tea market today processes roughly 5 to 6 million tons of tea annually, produced across dozens of countries from China and India to Kenya and Sri Lanka to Argentina and Iran, and consumed in cultural contexts so varied that the word tea barely encompasses them. English breakfast tea with full-fat milk and 2 sugars, consumed while watching a reality television program, bears almost no relationship to a gongfu tea ceremony in Kaohsiung, using a tiny clay teapot and gaiwan to brew high-grade dankong oolong in precisely measured steepings, and yet both are drinking Camellia sinensis, and both are participating in a practice that connects them through an unbroken chain of cultivation and preparation and cultural transmission to the forests of southwestern China, where this plant first attracted human attention thousands of years ago. The gap between those two experiences of tea is, in its own way, as remarkable as the gap between the vanilla orchid's one-day flower and the vanilla ice cream scoop melting in a paper cup. And yet, connected as they are by leaf and leaf alone, both belong to the same story, the story of a plant whose particular combination of caffeine and L-theanine and flavour chemistry found its way into every major civilization it encountered and was remade, each time, into something new. Tea is not the most dramatic story in food history, in the sense that its flavours are subtle, and its production, while important, lacks the operatic extremes of salt wars or vanilla's biological improbability. But tea may be the story that best illustrates a quieter principle, that some things, given time and human attention, don't just become foods, they become practices, and practices, given enough time, become culture, which is a more durable form of significance than any war or monopoly, and considerably harder to put in a box. Which brings us, with a conceptual pivot from liquid to solid, and from leaf to milk, to cheese, a product that embodies, perhaps more completely than any other food, the idea that what you do with a raw ingredient in the early stages of its life determines everything about what it becomes. Cheese is milk's second act, which sounds like a polite way of saying it's what happens when milk isn't used quickly enough, and which would be a reasonable interpretation if what happens weren't so frequently spectacular. The origin of cheese, like the origin of most ancient fermented foods, was almost certainly accidental, and the accident that produced it was both plausible and somewhat charming. The standard narrative, which has sufficient circumstantial support to be worth repeating, is that early pastoralists storing fresh milk in pouches, made from the stomachs of young animals, discovered that the milk curdled and separated into solid curds and liquid whey, and that the resulting solid was edible, pleasant, and considerably more shelf-stable than the milk it came from. The rennet's enzymes that cause milk proteins to aggregate and coagulate, that are naturally present in the stomach lining of young ruminants, provided the coagulation agent. The bacteria naturally present in the milk and on the animal skin of the storage vessel provided the acidification. Nature, left to its own devices in a warm stomach pouch, produced something that humans found both edible and interesting, and the rest is several thousand years of intentional refinement. Archaeological evidence of cheese production appears across a wide geographic range beginning around 8,000 years ago. Pottery sherds with milk fat residues consistent with cheese-making have been found in Poland, the Middle East, and North Africa from this general period. Egyptian tomb paintings depict what appear to be cheese-making processes. A famous example from the tomb of Ka at Deir el-Medina, dating to around 1350 BCE, shows a white solid in a container that many archaeologists interpret as cheese, which would make it among the oldest visual depictions of a fermented dairy product. The ancient Greeks were enthusiastic cheesemakers. Homer references cheese in both the Iliad and the Odyssey with the casual familiarity of someone describing a common staple rather than an exotic ingredient. The Romans took cheese production and consumption to a scale appropriate to a civilization that took most things to a large scale, establishing specialized cheese-producing regions, developing aging techniques, and distributing cheese across the empire as part of standard military provisioning. A Roman soldier's daily rations included a ration of cheese practical, calorie-dense, shelf-stable, and considerably more interesting than the hardtack equivalent, which is at least something. The biological mechanics of cheese-making, stripped of the cultural context, are both elegant and complex. Milk is an unstable emulsion of fat, protein, water, and lactose it wants to separate, and it wants to ferment, and without intervention it will do both relatively quickly in ways that are not especially useful. Cheese-making is the art of directing those instabilities in productive channels. The first step is acidification. Lactic acid bacteria, whether naturally present in the milk or deliberately added, convert lactose to lactic acid, lowering the pH and beginning the transformation that will ultimately produce the flavor complexity that distinguishes aged cheese from fresh milk. The second step is coagulation. Rennet enzymes from animal stomachs in traditional practice, or from plant sources, or from microbially produced rennet in modern commercial production, cause the milk proteins to denature and aggregate into the gel-like curd that is the structural foundation of all cheese. The cheesemaker then cuts the curd, which affects how much whey is expelled. Smaller cuts produce firmer, drier cheeses suitable for long aging. Larger cuts produce softer, moister cheeses intended for early consumption. The cut curds are heated, stirred, pressed, salted, and shaped in combinations that vary enormously depending on the style being produced, and the resulting wheel or block or fresh mass is either eaten young or placed in aging conditions where it will continue to transform. The aging environment, the cave, the cellar, the carefully humidity-controlled aging room is where much of the most consequential chemistry of cheese happens, and where the cheesemaker's role shifts from active management to patient stewardship. In a properly aged cheese, the bacteria, yeasts, and molds that colonize the rind and interior continue breaking down proteins and fats into a cascade of flavor compounds, the same process of enzymatic transformation that we discussed in the fermentation chapter, applied here over months or years rather than days or weeks. The result in a well-aged Comte or Gruyere is a cheese whose flavor complexity bears almost no resemblance to the fresh milk it came from. Nutty, crystalline, deeply savory with intense umami from the amino acid breakdown, occasionally with caramel or fruit notes that emerge from the particular combination of microbial activity and the specific fats in the milk. The crystalline texture that appears in long-aged hard cheeses, the crunchy, slightly grainy quality in an old Parmesan or well-aged Gouda is the amino acid tyrosine, which precipitates out of solution as protein breakdown proceeds over months of aging, forming visible crystals that signal to the educated cheese eater that significant aging has occurred. Parmesan, specifically Parmigiano Reggiano, the legally protected version produced only in a specific zone of the Po Valley in northern Italy, from the milk of cows fed a regulated diet, is typically aged for a minimum of 12 months, and in premium versions for 24 or 36 months, with prices increasing proportionally. The production rules for Parmigiano Reggiano are precise to an extent that suggests the consortium managing them took lessons from wine appellation law and decided to apply them with extra enthusiasm. The specific area of production, the breeds of cattle allowed, the feeding regime, the production techniques, the size and weight of the wheel, the specific marking system that allows each wheel to be traced back to its producer, all regulated, all enforced, all part of a system designed to ensure that the thing in the black rind is genuinely the thing it says it is. The result is one of the most consistent and technically impressive mass-produced artisan foods in the world, which is a combination of adjectives that would have seemed contradictory before Parmigiano Reggiano demonstrated that it doesn't have to be. Blue cheese, the category that manages to simultaneously be among the most beloved and most viscerally divisive in the cheese world, introduces a deliberate third microbial actor into the aging process: mold, specifically species of Penicillium, that produce the characteristic blue-green veining and the intense, complex, pungent flavor that blue cheese enthusiasts describe as funky, earthy, or magnificent, and blue cheese skeptics describe in somewhat less favorable terms. The blue molds in Roquefort, Gorgonzola, and Stilton are not accidents of spoilage. They are deliberately introduced into the cheese either during production or aging, and the cheesemaker manages their development through techniques including needling, piercing the aging cheese with long metal skewers to create air channels through which the oxygen-requiring penicillium molds can grow into the interior, and careful control of temperature and humidity in the aging cave. Roquefort, produced from the raw milk of Lacaune sheep and aged in the natural limestone caves of Combloux in southern France, has been made in that specific location for well over 1,000 years. A legal document from 1070 CE grants the inhabitants of Roquefort-sur-Soulzon the monopoly over aging these cheeses in those particular caves, which may make it one of the earliest recorded geographical protections for a food product in European history. The caves of Combloux have a specific microclimate, cool, humid, with a natural ventilation system through cracks in the rock called florines that maintain consistent airflow that is uniquely suited to aging Roquefort, and the specific strains of Penicillium roqueforti that have inhabited those caves for centuries contribute flavour compounds to the cheese that are not precisely replicable in any other environment. This is terroir again, expressed through limestone and mould rather than sun and soil, but operating on the same principle. Place shapes flavour, and the flavour of this place has been recognised as distinct and valuable for 1,000 years. Mozzarella occupies the opposite extreme of the cheese spectrum from Roquefort in almost every dimension. Fresh rather than aged, mild rather than pungent, soft rather than firm, made to be eaten the day it is produced rather than months or years after. Traditional mozzarella di bufala made from the milk of water buffalo in the Campania and Lazio regions of southern Italy is a pasta filata cheese, meaning it undergoes a stretching and kneading process in hot water, or whey, that aligns the curd proteins and gives the cheese its characteristic elastic, slightly chewy texture and ability to melt smoothly without becoming greasy. The stretching is skilled work. Too little, and the texture is rubbery. Too much, and the cheese becomes tough. The correct amount, done at the correct temperature, produces the springy, silky result that is immediately recognisable. Fresh mozzarella di bufala has a shelf life measured in days rather than weeks, which is why it is typically eaten within 24 to 48 hours of production, and why the pale, tasteless compressed milk rubber sold under the label mozzarella in many international supermarkets has approximately as much in common with the original as a postcard of the Amalfi Coast has with actually being there. The category of fresh cheeses, mozzarella, ricotta, burrata, fresh chèvre, labneh, paneer, and dozens of regional equivalents represents cheesemaking at its most immediate, the milk transformed by minimal intervention and consumed before extended aging can occur. These are the cheeses that connect most directly to the accidental origin story milk that curdled and was found edible, and they are, in many cases, the cheeses most embedded in everyday cooking rather than special occasion consumption. Paneer, the fresh acid-set cheese of South Asian cooking, is made by heating milk and adding an acid, typically lemon juice or vinegar, to coagulate the proteins, then pressing the resulting curds into a firm block. The technique is simple, the result is immediate, and the cheese itself has almost no flavour of its own. It is essentially a protein structure that absorbs and carries the flavours of whatever it is cooked with. Paneer in a palak paneer or a chana paneer is not the point of the dish in the way that a piece of aged comté might be the point of a cheese course. It is the medium through which the spicing speaks. This culinary modesty is, in its own way, a form of sophistication. The diversity of cheese across world cultures is not uniform in its distribution. The great cheese traditions are concentrated in Europe, the Middle East, and South Asia, in the regions where pastoralism developed earliest and most extensively, and where the climate and cultural conditions favoured extended dairy production and the development of preservation techniques. East Asia is notably absent from the historic cheese map, which is connected to the high rate of lactose intolerance in adult East Asian populations, a genetic trait resulting from the ancestral absence of dairy herding traditions in these regions, which meant no evolutionary pressure for the persistence of lactase enzyme production into adulthood. China, Japan, and Korea developed their own remarkable fermented food traditions, as we have discussed. But cheese was not among them until quite recently, when globalization introduced it as a foreign ingredient that has been adopted with varying degrees of enthusiasm and occasionally applied in ways that cheese traditionalists find puzzling. Japanese convenience store strawberry cream cheese sandwiches are not traditional European cheesemaking. They are also, reportedly, quite good, which is the relevant point. The number of distinct cheese varieties that exist globally is not agreed upon. Estimates range from around 1,000 to well over 2,000, depending on what counts as a distinct variety versus a regional variation of the same cheese, but the breadth is genuinely staggering. Mimolette, the French cheese aged to a hard, intensely orange interior, by the action of cheese mites on the rind, small arthropods that crawl across the surface and contribute to the flavour development, a fact that customs authorities in some countries have found sufficiently alarming to occasionally restrict the cheese's import. Époisses, the Burgundian cheese washed with Marc de Bourgogne as it ages, developing a sticky orange rind and an interior that liquefies to a near-runny consistency, with an aroma powerful enough that it is reportedly banned from French public transport, which is either an urban legend or a comment on how seriously France takes both cheese and public transportation, and possibly both. Beaufort, the large-format Alpine cheese whose summer production, from cows grazing on high mountain meadows, produces a version called Beaufort d'Alpage, with flower and herb notes that directly reflect the specific flora of the Alpine pastures where the cows ate. Halloumi, the Cypriot cheese with an unusually high melting point that allows it to be grilled or fried without losing its shape, a property that results from the specific combination of goat and sheep milk used in its traditional production and the heating step during manufacturing, and that has made it one of the most commercially successful cheese products internationally over the past 2 decades as grilling culture expanded globally. Each of these cheeses is a distinct answer to the same fundamental challenge. You have milk, it will spoil, what can you do with it? And each answer reflects the specific geography, climate, available microorganisms, cultural practices, and accumulated empirical knowledge of the people who developed it. The limestone caves of Roquefort are not interchangeable with the alpine meadows of Beaufort's summer pastures, and neither is interchangeable with the water buffalo farms of Campania or the high-altitude copper kettles of Comté production. Place and practice and time accumulate into flavour, and flavour, once established and recognised and appreciated, becomes tradition, becomes something worth protecting and transmitting and arguing about quite passionately if someone threatens to dilute it. The overlap with fermentation, discussed in the previous chapter, is deliberate and real. Cheese is, at its core, a fermented food, shaped by the same principles of microbial transformation that produce wine and miso and sourdough. What distinguishes cheese from those products is the role of physical structure, the way the curd is handled, the way the aging environment shapes the physical form of the cheese, as well as its flavour, and the extraordinary diversity of outcome that results from applying the same basic biological process in wildly different conditions. Fermentation gives you the transformation. Cheesemaking gives you the architecture. And the architecture, it turns out, contains within it 1,000 years of human observation about what happens when you give specific organisms specific environments and the patience to let them work. The cheesemaker, who turns a wheel of Parmigiano Reggiano in a cellar in Parma, checking its rind, tapping it to listen for hollow spots that indicate undesirable cavities, assessing its progress through the accumulated sensory knowledge of years of practice, that person is doing something that connects directly to the ancient pastoralist who first discovered that the curd in the stomach pouch was edible and interesting. The technology has been refined over 8,000 years. The fundamental relationship between human beings, milk, and the microorganisms that transform one into the other has not changed at all, which is, in its quiet way, one of the more reassuring continuities in the entire long story of food. The history of food is, in many ways, a history of humans being wrong about things with impressive consistency. We've seen salt taxes that pushed populations toward revolution, vanilla dismissed as a boring flavour, and fermentation practiced for 10,000 years without anyone understanding what was actually happening. But the story of the tomato represents a special category of wrongness, the kind where an entire continent looked at one of the most nutritious, versatile and delicious fruits ever to arrive on its shores and collectively decided for the better part of 2 centuries that it was probably going to kill them, and then proceeded to grow it as a garden ornament, because at least it was pretty. It is difficult to overstate how thoroughly Europe misread the tomato. This was not a case of mild caution about an unfamiliar ingredient, of the reasonable hesitation that greets genuinely novel foods. This was a sustained, multi-generational, continent-wide conviction that a fruit currently feeding hundreds of millions of people daily was a vehicle for slow poisoning. The tomato didn't just survive this reputation, It went on to become the defining ingredient of some of the most beloved culinary traditions in the world, embedded so deeply into Italian, Spanish, Greek, and eventually global cuisine that it's genuinely difficult to imagine those traditions existing without it. Which makes the 200-year detour through ornamental garden plant territory all the more remarkable as historical fumbles go. The tomato's actual origin story begins, like vanilla and chocolate and so many other ingredients we've encountered, in Mesoamerica. Wild tomato species, small, cherry-sized fruits ancestral to the cultivated varieties, we know grew throughout the region that now encompasses western Mexico, and were gathered and consumed well before anyone thought to cultivate them systematically. The domestication of the tomato is generally attributed to Mesoamerican peoples, probably in central Mexico sometime before the Common Era, though the precise timeline is debated. By the time Spanish explorers arrived in the early 16th century, tomatoes called tomatal in Nahuatl, the language of the Aztec, were a well-established component of Mesoamerican cuisine, used fresh in salsas and sauces alongside chili peppers, squash, and the other ingredients that form the foundation of the regional diet. The Spanish encountered tomatoes in Mexico sometime in the early 1500s, and the first written European description of the tomato appears in the writings of the Italian herbalist Pietro Andrea Mattioli, who described a yellow ribbed fruit called Pomodoro golden apple in 1544. Note that this early European observer described yellow tomatoes, not red ones, which is botanically accurate. Early domesticated tomato varieties came in yellow, orange, and red, and the yellow varieties arrived in Europe alongside the red. The name Pomodoro, from which the Italian word pomodoro is directly derived, is one of those etymological connections that seems obvious in retrospect, but is genuinely charming in the specificity it implies. Whoever first named this fruit in Italian saw something golden, not red, and that colour observation survived into a word that millions of Italians use every day for an ingredient they now think of as quintessentially, definitively red. The early decades of tomatoes' European presence were characterised by what might charitably be called theoretical interest combined with practical avoidance. European herbalists who in the 16th century served as the primary scientific authorities on plants and their properties, a role that combined botany, medicine, and occasionally astrology in proportions that varied by practitioner, categorised the tomato within the Solanaceae family, which it correctly belongs to. The problem was that this family contained several genuinely toxic plants that were well known in European botanical tradition: belladonna, mandrake, henbane, and deadly nightshade. The family resemblance was not imaginary. Tomato plants do contain solanine and other alkaloids in their leaves and stems, as do their nightshade relatives, and these compounds are genuinely toxic in sufficient quantities. The herbalists who looked at a tomato plant noted the strong smell of the crushed leaves, recognised the family membership, and concluded probably best not to eat this were, technically, applying reasonable botanical logic. They were applying it to the wrong part of the plant. The fruit of Solanum lycopersicum is essentially free of the alkaloids present in the leaves and stems, but the reasoning was not entirely without foundation. They were wrong, but they were wrong in an understandable direction. What is less understandable, and considerably more entertaining in retrospect, is how long this misidentification persisted in the face of perfectly available evidence to the contrary. The tomato's native users in Mexico and Central America were, by the early 16th century, easily observable eating tomatoes without dying, which is the kind of empirical data point that one might expect to carry some weight in the discussion. The Spanish, who introduced the tomato to Europe, had encountered it in Mesoamerica, and at various points adopted it into their own cooking relatively early, well ahead of the rest of Europe. And yet the reputation for toxicity migrated across the Atlantic alongside the fruit itself, and established itself in northern and central European botanical literature with a tenacity that suggests no one in Germany or Britain in 1600 felt the need to check whether the Mexicans had noticed any mortality. The story about pewter plates, meanwhile, is one of those historical details that is specific enough to feel authoritative and plausible enough to accept on first hearing, and it is also, broadly speaking, accurate. Pewter, the alloy of tin and lead used widely in European tableware from the medieval period through the 18th century, does contain lead, and the acidity of tomato juice does facilitate leaching of lead from pewter surfaces into food. Wealthy European households, who are more likely to have pewter rather than wooden or ceramic tableware, were therefore, theoretically, more likely to experience lead-associated symptoms if they consumed acidic foods from pewter vessels over extended periods. The historical toxicology here is genuinely complicated. Lead poisoning is a chronic condition that builds up over time from multiple sources, and attributing any specific symptoms or deaths to any specific food source from pewter plates is extremely difficult to establish with historical confidence. But the mechanism is real, and the observation that wealthy Europeans who had the pewter were more likely to be cautious about tomatoes than poor Europeans who had the pottery is a class-inflected detail that fits the broader picture, even if the specific causal chain is harder to establish cleanly than the popular version of the story implies. What is certainly true is that tomatoes were consumed much earlier in southern Europe and Spain, and particularly in southern Italy and Sicily, than in the northern countries, and that this correlates reasonably well with the relative prevalence of lead-containing pewter, higher in wealthier northern households, the influence of Spanish culinary practices, which adopted tomatoes somewhat earlier, and the climate-driven availability of fresh produce alternatives that made the risk calculus for trying new vegetables look different in Naples than in London. Poor Italians with ceramic cooking vessels and limited access to alternative fresh produce in the hot months had less to lose and more to gain from incorporating a productive and nutritious new garden crop. This is not the most romantic account of how the tomato entered Italian cuisine, but it has the advantage of being historically coherent. The first confirmed Italian recipes featuring tomatoes as an ingredient rather than as a subject of botanical curiosity or a garden decoration begin appearing in cookbooks from the late 17th and early 18th centuries. Antonio Latini, a cook working in Naples in the 1690s, included in his cookbook Lo Scalco alla Moderna what are among the earliest known recipes for tomato sauce: a salsa di pomodoro alla spagnola, a Spanish-style tomato sauce, and a similar preparation. The explicit attribution to Spanish-style alla spagnola is a reminder that the Spanish influence on southern Italian cuisine during the period of Spanish rule over the Kingdom of Naples was significant, and that the tomato's adoption in Italian cooking may have travelled through Spanish colonial kitchens before being fully naturalized as Italian. Whether this makes tomato sauce culturally Spanish-Italian or Italian-Spanish or simply Neapolitan is the kind of question that cultural food historians find fascinating and that most people eating pasta would prefer not to think about too deeply. The particular speed with which Naples and the surrounding Campania region adopted the tomato into its cooking, relative to the rest of Italy, is connected to the social and economic conditions of the region in the 17th and 18th centuries. Naples was, during this period, one of the largest cities in Europe, and also one of its most densely populated, with a massive urban poor population that needed cheap, calorie-dense, available food. The tomato, once cultivated in the warm, volcanic soil-enriched terrain around Vesuvius, proved to be extraordinarily productive, cheap to grow, and capable of being cooked into sauces that made simple pasta or bread into something considerably more satisfying. The Lazzaroni, the street people of Naples who populated the lower economic rungs of one of Europe's most economically stratified cities, were eating tomato-dressed pasta on the streets of Naples before the aristocracy of northern Italy had decided whether the fruit was safe, which is one of history's more ironic reversals of the standard direction of culinary fashion. Usually, expensive ingredients move from elite tables downward. The tomato moved from street food upward, a trajectory that says something interesting about how culinary value actually works when the ingredient in question is genuinely good. Pizza is the most globally visible product of this Neapolitan tomato story, but its development as a tomato-topped bread was gradual and required the tomato to be fully normalized in Neapolitan cooking before anyone thought to put it on the flatbreads that had been sold by street vendors in Naples for much longer. The combination of tomato, olive oil, and mozzarella, the margherita pizza in its essential form, appears in Neapolitan culinary history in the latter part of the 18th and through the 19th century, with the famous story of the pizza named for Queen Margherita of Savoy after her 1889 visit to Naples almost certainly being a later embellishment of an already established dish rather than the actual origin story. Pizzaiolo Raffaele Esposito, credited in the standard narrative with creating the margherita in her honour, was serving a dish that already existed. The royal visit provided a marketing opportunity that proved extraordinarily durable. The founded for a queen story is still used today, which suggests that whoever first told it understood something about the power of an elegant origin narrative. The spread of the tomato northward through Italy and into the rest of Europe accelerated through the 18th century, as the poisoning mythology gradually lost its grip on public imagination, partly through accumulating evidence that Italians and Spanish were consuming tomatoes without notable ill effect, and partly through the simple expansion of cookbooks, culinary exchange, and the kind of cultural transmission that happens when people move around and bring their cooking with them. French cuisine, which by the 18th century had established itself as the dominant reference point for European fine dining, incorporated tomatoes into its repertoire by the late 1700s, and French culinary adoption was a powerful legitimizing signal in an era when French cooking set the terms for what serious European gastronomy looked like. The situation in England was somewhat different and somewhat later. British hesitation about the tomato persisted longer than in most of continental Europe, with various 18th century English sources still noting the fruit's reputation as questionable or potentially injurious. John Gerard's famous Herbal of 1597 described tomatoes as of ranker and stinking savour, with a body of cold temperature which in the Galenic medical tradition that still influenced European thinking meant it was best avoided, and concluded with the observation that while southern Europeans ate them with oil and salt and pepper, this was something the author felt he rather may impute to the corrupt and evil temperature of their stomachs than recommend to his English readers. Gerard, in other words, acknowledged that Italians were eating tomatoes with apparent survival, attributed this to the peculiar robustness of Italian digestive systems, and concluded that this had no implications for the British constitution. It is a remarkable piece of dietary reasoning that manages to dismiss relevant evidence by attributing it to national biology rather than engaging with it directly. By the mid-19th century, British cookbooks were including tomatoes with regularity, and by the end of that century the tomato was thoroughly domesticated in British cuisine, appearing in soups, chutneys, and the full English breakfast, where it has occupied a supporting role alongside the bacon and eggs, with the quiet permanence of something that has clearly always been there, even though it emphatically has not. The transformation of the tomato from suspected poison to breakfast staple in roughly 300 years is either a triumph of empirical dietary evidence or a comment on how long it can take for a good ingredient to overcome a bad first impression, depending on your perspective. The United States presents yet another variation on the tomato's complicated entry into mainstream cooking. Thomas Jefferson, who appears in this narrative again, having already been noted for his enthusiasm for vanilla ice cream in an earlier chapter, grew tomatoes at Monticello and was one of the earlier prominent Americans to consume them publicly, which carried some weight in a period when prominent individuals endorsing new foods was a meaningful signal to a public that lacked the advertising infrastructure we rely on today for such announcements. But the broader American adoption of the tomato was slow through the early 19th century, with the poisoning reputation persisting in various regional contexts well into the 1820s and 1830s. A colourful and possibly apocryphal story places a public tomato-eating demonstration in Salem, New Jersey, in 1820, where a local figure named Robert Gibbon Johnson reputedly ate tomatoes on the courthouse steps in front of a skeptical crowd to demonstrate their safety, a form of public scientific demonstration that involved considerably more personal risk than most modern scientific presentations, and somewhat less rigorous methodology, but reportedly achieved its persuasive goal. Whether the event actually happened as described is uncertain. What is certain is that American tomato consumption expanded rapidly through the middle of the 19th century, and by the latter decades the tomato had become a standard garden vegetable across the country. The industrialization of tomato products, particularly canned tomatoes, and commercial ketchup in the second half of the 19th century was both a reflection of the tomato's rapid acceptance and a significant driver of further normalization. Canned tomatoes, developed alongside the canning technology that was industrialized from the 1840s onward, made it possible to eat tomatoes year-round regardless of climate or season, which was a significant extension of the ingredient's practical role in cooking. Before canning, tomatoes were available only during the summer months in most of the United States, and much of Europe a precious seasonal window. Canned tomatoes opened the entire year. The Heinz Company's tomato ketchup, launched in its current recognizable form in 1876, and based on an earlier tradition of various tomato condiments that had been circulating in American cooking since the mid-century, became one of the most commercially successful food products in American history, a fermented and vinegar-preserved tomato condiment that found its way onto essentially every table in the country with a reliability that would have been incomprehensible to a European botanist of 1580 who was still writing about the tomato's problematic cold temperament. The botany of the tomato, which has a bearing on one of the more familiar trivia questions in food culture, is worth a brief clarification. The tomato is, botanically speaking, a fruit, specifically a berry in the technical botanical sense, being the matured ovary of the tomato flower containing seeds. It is not a vegetable in botanical terms, though vegetables don't exist as a biological category at all. The word describes culinary use rather than plant structure, and in culinary use, tomatoes have been treated as vegetables essentially everywhere they've been cooked with. The US Supreme Court made this distinction legally significant in 1893 in the case of Nix versus Hedden, which ruled that the tomato was legally a vegetable for import tariff purposes based on its culinary use rather than its botanical classification. The court acknowledged essentially that botany and tax law need not agree, which is either a very reasonable position or a philosophical capitulation depending on how committed you are to biological consistency and legal reasoning. The tomato, characteristically, managed to be involved in a Supreme Court case about its own identity, which is either fitting or a coincidence, depending on whether you attribute narrative coherence to root vegetables. The flavour profile of the tomato is, like so many of the ingredients we've discussed, more chemically complex than its casual culinary role might suggest. Ripe tomatoes contain over 400 volatile aromatic compounds, plus a mix of sugars, organic acids, glutamates, and other non-volatile compounds that together produce the characteristic flavour simultaneously sweet, acid, savoury, and fresh. The specific balance between sugars and acids determines whether a tomato tastes rich and sweet or bright and tangy, and this balance varies enormously between varieties, growing conditions, and ripeness at harvest. The glutamate content of tomatoes, particularly of cooked, reduced tomatoes, is among the highest of any common vegetable, which explains both why tomato sauce makes everything taste richer and more savoury, and why tomatoes pair so effectively with other high glutamate ingredients, like aged cheese and cured meats. The tomato isn't just adding tomato flavour to a pasta dish. It is amplifying the flavour of everything around it, functioning in much the same way that salt and fermented fish sauce do, but through a different chemical mechanism and with an entirely different flavour character. The Maillard reactions that occur when tomatoes are cooked at high heat, say, roasted in an oven or blistered in a very hot pan, produce additional aromatic compounds that are not present in the raw fruit, contributing caramelized, slightly smoky notes that are the reason roasted tomatoes taste fundamentally different from raw ones. Long, slow, cooking the kind involved in making a proper tomato sauce, reduced over low heat for an extended period, concentrates the sugars and acids, converts some of the water-soluble flavour compounds into oil-soluble ones, and produces the particular depth that distinguishes a properly made sugo from anything that spent less than 45 minutes on the stove. The Italian instinct to cook tomatoes long and slowly was not based on chemical analysis, it was based on taste. But taste, in this as in so many fermentation and aging traditions we've discussed, arrived at the right answer well ahead of the science that eventually explained why. The specific terroir of tomato cultivation produces variations as pronounced as those we've encountered in other ingredients. The San Marzano tomato, grown in the volcanic soil of the Sarno River Valley near Naples, the same volcanic terrain that gave the region its exceptional productivity for food crops, has been recognized with a protected designation of origin status that limits the use of the San Marzano name to tomatoes actually grown in that specific area. The volcanic soil of the Campanian plains around Vesuvius, rich in minerals from centuries of deposits, produces tomatoes with a specific balance of sweetness and acidity, a meaty flesh with few seeds, and a flavour depth that canned San Marzano tomatoes from the protected zone demonstrably possess compared to supermarket alternatives, in the opinion of anyone who has cooked with both. This is not marketing mythology. The soil genuinely produces a different tomato. The volcano which destroyed the Roman city of Pompeii in 79 CE, and has continued erupting periodically in the centuries since, has been enriching the agricultural land around it, for long enough that the regional produce reflects it. The role of Italy in globalizing the tomato in making it, through the international spread of Italian cuisine, the defining red ingredient of world cooking, is something of an irony given how long Italy itself took to fully adopt it. but once Italian cooking, with its various regional tomato traditions, spread globally through immigration patterns in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the tomato travelled with it. Italian immigrants to the United States, Argentina, Australia, and elsewhere brought not just their language and their communities, but their cooking, and Italian cooking, particularly the red sauce tradition of southern Italy, that had been built around the tomato since Latini's late 17th century salsa di pomodoro, became foundational to the restaurant cultures of multiple countries. The red-checked tablecloth Italian restaurant with its tomato-based pastas and pizzas was, by the mid-20th century, one of the most universal dining experiences in the developed world, which meant that the tomato had travelled from wild plant in Mexico to feared ornament in European gardens, to street food of Neapolitan lazzaroni, to universal presence on tables around the world in roughly 400 years. The contemporary tomato market is a study in the tension between mass production and quality, a tension familiar from other ingredients in this series. Industrial tomato cultivation, particularly in California's Central Valley and in similar large-scale growing regions in Spain, Italy and China, produces enormous quantities of tomatoes optimized for yield, durability during mechanical harvesting and shipping, and shelf life rather than flavor. The tomatoes that appear in most supermarkets year-round in the Northern Hemisphere are picked unripe when they are firm enough to survive handling and ripened artificially with ethylene gas after shipping, a process that produces the red color and the softening texture without the full development of the aromatic compounds and sugar-acid balance that field-ripened tomatoes develop naturally. The result is a tomato that looks correct and tastes in the understated assessment of anyone who has eaten a genuinely ripe garden tomato in season like a tomato's less ambitious cousin. The heirloom tomato movement, which emerged in the late 20th century as a response to this industrialization, represents the same phenomenon we've seen in other food categories. A premium market segment oriented toward the varieties and production practices that prioritized flavor over logistics, and willing to pay prices that reflected the actual cost of growing something well rather than something efficiently. Heirloom tomatoes varieties that predate the industrial selection pressure toward durability, typically defined as varieties that have been maintained through open pollination for at least 50 years, include some of the most visually dramatic and flavor-intensive tomatoes available: the deeply ribbed, dark green-striped Cherokee Purple, the small, intensely sweet Sun Gold, the enormous, almost beefsteak-like Brandywine, the yellow, pear-shaped varieties that recall the Pomodoro of early European botanical descriptions. They are also, characteristically, fragile, inconsistent in shape, poor shippers, and highly seasonal, everything that the industrial tomato was developed to not be. The farmer's market booth covered in irregular, multicolored, sometimes cracked and distinctly imperfect heirloom tomatoes represents a direct philosophical argument against uniformity, in a round, sometimes lumpy, deeply red and orange form. The tomato's cultural embedding in Mediterranean cuisine, particularly Italian, Spanish and Greek, is now so complete that it is genuinely difficult to imagine those cuisines without it, which is precisely the historical illusion that makes the tomato story worth telling. Italian cuisine before the tomato was a different tradition. Pasta was dressed with butter, cream, cheese, nuts and spices. The sauces were pale and rich rather than bright and acid. The whole flavour register was different. The tomato, when it finally arrived in sufficient cultural confidence to be incorporated into Italian cooking, on a wide scale in the 18th century, did not supplement existing traditions, it transformed them. The tomato-based tomato sauce is not a variation on what Italian cooking was before. It is what Italian cooking became after, and the before is now largely invisible beneath the after. The Spanish gazpacho cold, raw tomato and vegetable soup, now considered one of the defining dishes of Andalusian summer cuisine, was, before the tomato's adoption in Spain, a bread-based cold soup made with garlic, olive oil, vinegar, and water. The tomato's addition changed the dish so completely that the pre-tomato version has largely disappeared from the culinary record, preserved mainly in historical cookbooks and academic food history. When you eat gazpacho in Seville in July, you are eating a dish that was invented with tomatoes as its central ingredient, even though tomatoes were not available in Spain until the 16th century, and the dish existed in some form before them. The tomato remade the dish entirely while keeping the name, which is the kind of culinary metamorphosis that food history is full of, but that is rarely as dramatically visible as it is in the case of the tomato. Mexican and Central American cuisines, which are where the tomato comes from, and which never needed to overcome any reputation for toxicity, have maintained a relationship with the tomato that is older, broader, and in many ways more varied than its European uses. The salsa traditions of Mexico, from the simplest pico de gallo of raw chopped tomatoes, chili, onion, and cilantro, to the complex slow-cooked red enchilada sauces and mole preparations that incorporate tomatoes alongside dried chilies, seeds, nuts, and chocolate, represent the fullest expression of what the tomato's flavour is capable of within the culinary tradition where it was first developed. The Tomatillo physalis philadelphica, a distinct species in the Solanaceae family covered in a papery husk, and tasting sharply sour and herbal rather than sweet, is used alongside and instead of tomatoes in Mexican cooking with a culinary fluency that reflects 10,000 years of cooking with these plants rather than 4 centuries. The tomato that arrived in Europe was, by the way, botanically different from the wild tomatoes of Mexico. It had already been selectively cultivated for thousands of years by the time Spanish colonizers encountered it, and the varieties that reached Europe were the result of that long domestication history. The wild ancestor species of the tomato, small, cherry-sized, and extremely bitter, would not be immediately recognizable as the ancestor of a beefsteak tomato to anyone who hadn't specifically studied the relationship. What human cultivation did to the tomato over those millennia of selection, increasing fruit size, adjusting sugar-acid balance, developing different color variants, selecting for reduced bitterness, is one of the better illustrations of what domestication actually means and does over sufficient time. The tomato in your sandwich is not a wild plant any more than the bread it sits in is a wild grass. Both are the products of thousands of years of human selection, shaped by human preference and agricultural practice into something that serves human needs in ways their wild ancestors did not. The current annual global tomato production is approximately 180 million metric tons, making it by most measures the most widely produced vegetable crop in the world, by volume a remarkable position for a fruit that spent 2 centuries being grown as a decoration. China is the world's largest tomato producer, followed by India and the United States, with significant production across Mediterranean Europe, the Middle East, and Mexico. Tomatoes are processed into paste, sauce, juice, ketchup, and canned whole tomatoes in quantities that support the global food industry's dependence on tomato-based flavoring as a foundational element of processed food. Seasoning tomato paste and tomato concentrate are the invisible background note in a remarkable percentage of the packaged foods on any supermarket shelf, contributing umami depth and slight acidity to things that don't obviously announce their tomato content. It is worth pausing at the end of this particular story to appreciate the full arc of what happened. A plant that grew wild in the mountains of Mexico, was cultivated and eaten for thousands of years by Mesoamerican civilizations, was transported to Europe by Spanish colonizers, was grown for roughly 200 years by Europeans who were convinced it would harm them, was gradually adopted first by the poor of Naples, then by the working population of southern Italy more broadly, then carried by Italian immigrants around the world, and is now present in essentially every cuisine on earth. That plant has had a journey of sufficient drama and improbability that even its most enthusiastic modern consumers rarely pause to consider it. The tomato sauce on your pasta arrived at your table through a chain of events that included colonial contact, botanical misidentification, class-inflected food politics, volcanic soil chemistry, a Supreme Court case, and the cooking traditions of the Neapolitan poor. It tastes, as a result of all this, exactly like itself, bright, acid, savoury, and irreplaceable, which is, given everything it went through to get here, the very least it deserves. The tomato, as we've just seen, had to fight for its place at the European table for the better part of 2 centuries before anyone trusted it enough to cook with it regularly. The olive had the opposite problem. The olive was so thoroughly, so completely, so unquestioningly accepted across the ancient Mediterranean world that it stopped being an ingredient and became a foundation, the baseline against which everything else in the regional diet was measured. You didn't decide to use olive oil the way you might decide to use a particular spice or condiment. Olive oil was simply there, the way air and water were there, the medium in which cooking happened, the substance in which bread was dipped and fish was preserved and skin was moisturized and lamps were lit and athletic bodies were rubbed before competition. The olive tree didn't need to win anyone over. It had been there, in many cases, longer than the people using its fruit. This is not a metaphor. Some of the olive trees currently producing fruit in the Mediterranean basin are genuinely ancient, not old in the way that an oak is old, or impressive in the way that a large tree is impressive, but old in a way that makes the word feel slightly inadequate. Individual olive trees in Crete, Sardinia, Lebanon, and the Palestinian territories have been dated, through various methods including carbon dating of the wood and analysis of growth ring patterns, to ages exceeding 2,000 years. There is an olive grove in the village of Bachila in northern Lebanon that contains trees estimated to be between 5,000 and 6,000 years old, which, if accurate, would make them among the oldest living organisms of any kind currently known, predating the construction of the Egyptian pyramids, alive during the early Bronze Age, still producing olives today. The specific dating of very old olive trees is complicated by the fact that old olive trunks become hollow, making ring counting impossible, and by the tree's capacity to regenerate from their root systems, producing new above-ground growth from ancient roots in ways that blur the question of whether you're counting the life of the wood you can see or the life of the root system that keeps producing it. But the broad picture is not in doubt. Olive trees live for extremely long times in conditions that would kill or stunt most other fruit trees, and they keep producing olives throughout. This longevity is, practically speaking, one of the olive tree's most important agricultural properties, and it connects to the broader economics of olive cultivation in a way that shaped the entire agricultural and social structure of the Mediterranean world. Planting an olive grove is not an investment that pays off in the planter's lifetime. It takes an olive tree roughly 15 to 40 years to reach full productive maturity, depending on the variety and growing conditions, which means that the farmer who plants olive trees is, quite explicitly, planting them for their children or grandchildren rather than for themselves. This is a form of agricultural time horizon that requires either exceptional patience, a strong sense of obligation to future generations, or both. And it's worth noting that Mediterranean cultures have historically been characterized by precisely these values, with family continuity and the stewardship of inherited land across generations, forming central elements of agricultural identity in ways that Northern European farming cultures, which focused more on annual crops with immediate returns, did not develop to the same degree. The olive tree, in a very real sense, shaped the culture of the people who grew it by requiring them to think across generations rather than across seasons. The wild olive Olea europaea var. Silvestris, the small-fruited ancestral form, is native to the eastern Mediterranean, with the oldest evidence of domestication coming from the Levant. Sites in what is now Israel, Palestine and Jordan have produced evidence of olive cultivation and olive oil production dating back 6,000 to 8,000 years. The domestication of the olive involved selecting for trees with larger fruit, higher oil content, and more docile growing habits than the spiny, slow-growing wild form, and the development of the olive press, the mechanical apparatus for extracting oil from the crushed fruit, was one of the significant agricultural technologies of the early Bronze Age. By around 3500 BCE, olive oil production was established at an organized scale in the Aegean, with large storage facilities for olive oil appearing in the archaeological record at Minoan Crete, the culture that preceded classical Greek civilization, and left behind some of the most extraordinary Bronze Age palatial architecture in the Mediterranean world, including, prominently, enormous storage rooms equipped with hundreds of large clay jars, the pithoi, that were used to store olive oil along with other commodities. The importance of olive oil to the Minoan economy, and subsequently to Mycenaean and then classical Greek civilization, cannot be overstated, and the archaeological evidence makes this concrete in a very satisfying way. The Linear B tablets discovered at Mycenaean sites across the Greek mainland, and Crete include detailed administrative records written in an early Greek syllabic script that records, among many other things, the distribution, storage, and use of olive oil throughout the palatial economy. Olive oil appears in these records as a commodity of significant value, used for religious offerings, for perfuming and flavouring, for lamp fuel in the palace buildings, and for general consumption. The Mycenaean palace economy was, in a meaningful sense, organised around the production and controlled distribution of olive oil, among other goods, and the destruction of the Mycenaean palace system in the late Bronze Age collapse a poorly understood catastrophe that brought down multiple civilizations simultaneously around 1200 BCE involved, among other consequences, the disruption of olive oil production and distribution networks that had been functioning for centuries. The classical Greek relationship with the olive is one of the most thoroughly documented in ancient history, partly because the Greeks were prolific writers, and partly because the olive occupied such a central position in their culture that it shows up constantly in both practical and mythological contexts. The Athenian origin myth for the olive is one of the better-known pieces of Greek mythology. The goddess Athena and the sea god Poseidon competed for patronage of the city that would become Athens, each offering a gift to its inhabitants. Poseidon struck his trident into the rock of the Acropolis and produced a saltwater spring useful but limited. Athena struck the ground with her spear and produced an olive tree immediately recognizable to the Athenians as something of profound economic, nutritional, and sacred value. The Athenians, being practical people with an excellent understanding of agricultural economics, chose Athena, and the city was named for her. The moral of the story, if you're inclined to extract one, is that the ancient Athenians would take a productive fruit tree over a saltwater spring every single time, which says something either about their agricultural priorities, or their thirst management, or possibly both. The sacred olive tree that Athena supposedly planted on the Acropolis was, according to ancient sources, still there in the 5th century BCE, still alive, still producing olives, a living connection to the city's founding myth. Whether this particular tree survived into the classical period is impossible to verify, but the story was believed and repeated seriously by ancient Athenians, which tells you something about the capacity of a long-lived tree to sustain mythological claims in a way that shorter-lived plants cannot. A tree that can outlive 10 human generations has a plausibility as a mythological anchor that an annual plant could never maintain. The Athenian sacred olive groves, the Morii, trees considered sacred to Athena, were protected by law with a seriousness that reflected their economic importance as much as their sacred status. Cutting down or damaging a Morios was a serious crime under Athenian law, potentially punishable by exile or other severe penalties, and there were legal procedures specifically for reporting violations. The courts of Athens heard cases about sacred olive trees with apparent regularity. The orator Lysias preserved a speech from around 395 BCE, defending a client accused of destroying a sacred olive stump, which gives us both a specific legal case and a glimpse into how thoroughly olive tree protection had been institutionalized. The defense, interestingly, argued that there was no stump there to destroy, a form of legal argument that suggests the trees were well documented and their locations known to relevant authorities, making the question of their presence or absence in a specific location a verifiable matter of fact rather than simply competing claims. The production of olive oil in classical Athens was one of the main sources of revenue for the city-state, and for wealthy Athenian landowners, and Attic olive oil, particularly from the sacred trees, whose oil carried additional value from their divine association, was exported across the Mediterranean as a prestige commodity. The distinctive black figure and later red figure pottery for which Athens is so famous was itself partly a trade vehicle. The Panathenaic amphorae, large decorated storage jars filled with sacred olive oil, were given as prizes in the Panathenaic Games Athens major athletic festival, and were also exported as valuable containers whose contents reflected both the city's agricultural wealth and its sacred prestige. When we look at these beautiful painted pots in museum collections today, we are looking at, among other things, high-end olive oil packaging from the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, which is a somewhat deflating but also rather charming perspective on some of Western art history's most celebrated objects. The Olympic Games, the most famous athletic competition of the ancient world, held at Olympia in the Peloponnese every 4 years, from 776 BCE until their suppression by the Roman Emperor Theodosius in 393 CE, crowned their victors not with gold medals but with wreaths of wild olive, the cotinos, cut from a specific sacred wild olive tree at the site. The wild olive wreath was not a consolation prize for the absence of something more valuable. It was the prize carrying symbolic weight that the Greeks considered appropriate to the highest athletic achievement. The tree from which the wreaths were cut was tended by a boy of good family, whose parents were both still living a ritual purity requirement that reflects the sacred status of the olive in Greek religious practice. The winning athlete who received his kotinos was understood to have received something from the gods, mediated through the sacred tree rather than simply a garland of leaves. For an athlete in the ancient world, the significance of the Olympic olive wreath was not diminished by its material simplicity. It was, by all accounts, the most desired object in the Greek athletic world, and athletes trained for years and competed under intense conditions for something that would wilt within days of being awarded. Values, it turns out, are not always correlated with physical durability. Rome adopted the olive and olive oil culture from the Greeks with its characteristic combination of admiration and systematic expansion. By the height of the Roman Empire, olive cultivation extended across the entire Mediterranean basin and into the Atlantic coast of Iberia, from Syria to Spain, from North Africa to the south of France, in a geographic distribution that closely maps the extent of Roman agricultural investment and infrastructure. The Romans were methodical about olive cultivation. Cato the Elder, writing in the 2nd century BCE in his agricultural manual De Agricultura, described the optimal olive grove management, the best varieties for oil production versus table consumption, and the economics of olive oil production, in terms that remain recognizable to anyone familiar with modern agricultural economics. Cato was not a romantic about farming. He approached it as a business, and his writing reflects an extremely practical assessment of which crops produced the best returns and how to manage the associated labour most efficiently. The olive ranked extremely high in Cato's agricultural calculations, as it did in the calculations of most large Roman landowners, because the combination of low ongoing maintenance once the trees were established, long productive lifespan, and consistently high market value made olive groves one of the most reliable long-term agricultural investments available. Roman olive oil was produced and traded in quantities that required an industrial-scale logistics infrastructure. The Monte Testaccio, a hill in Rome that is made almost entirely of broken amphorae fragments, is one of the most remarkable physical records of Roman commerce that exists. This artificial hill, covering roughly 20,000 square metres and rising about 35 metres above the surrounding ground level, is composed of the discarded fragments of roughly 53 million olive oil amphorae, accumulated over roughly 3 centuries of continuous refuse deposition from the nearby commercial docks of the Tiber. Each amphora held roughly 70 litres of olive oil. The math on how much olive oil passed through Rome's commercial district over those centuries is staggering, and Monte Testaccio represents only the broken and discarded containers, not the oil itself, which was consumed, or the intact containers, which were reused. It is, in the most literal possible sense, a monument to Mediterranean olive oil consumption, and it currently sits in a somewhat unglamorous part of Rome near a nightclub district, which is either an irony or a continuity, depending on your philosophy about what Romans got up to on a Friday evening. The specific chemistry of olive oil, what makes it valuable, not just historically, but in terms of its actual nutritional and culinary properties, is worth spending a moment on, particularly because the modern enthusiasm for olive oil in nutrition and cooking is not simply fashion. Olive oil is predominantly composed of oleic acid, a monounsaturated fatty acid, along with smaller amounts of polyunsaturated and saturated fats. This fatty acid profile gives olive oil a stability during cooking that many other plant oils lack. It is less prone to oxidation at moderate cooking temperatures than most polyunsaturated oils, which means it degrades less and produces fewer undesirable breakdown products during normal stovetop cooking. Extra virgin olive oil made from cold-pressed olives, without the chemical refining processes used in lower grades, retains significant quantities of polyphenols, tocopherols, and other bioactive compounds from the olive fruit that are largely stripped away during refining, and these compounds are the basis for the extensive body of research suggesting health benefits associated with olive oil consumption. The Mediterranean diet's positive associations in epidemiological research are difficult to attribute to any single component, but olive oil's specific combination of fatty acid profile and polyphenol content makes it a plausible contributor rather than merely a cultural artifact of a healthy dietary pattern. Extra virgin olive oil is also significantly more expensive than refined olive oil, for reasons that mirror the artisan versus industrial distinction we've seen repeatedly across other ingredients. True extra virgin olive oil must meet standards for acidity, peroxide content, and sensory characteristics, specific levels of freedom from defect that are genuinely difficult to achieve consistently, particularly at large scale. Olives must be harvested at the optimal stage of ripeness, processed within hours of harvest before enzymatic degradation begins, and pressed without heat or chemical solvents. The resulting oil should have a fresh, grassy, sometimes slightly peppery flavour, with no hints of rancidity, fermentation defects, or the flat neutral character of refined oil. What is sold as extra virgin olive oil in many international markets, particularly on supermarket shelves at prices that seem reasonable, does not always meet these standards, a situation that has been the subject of investigative journalism, laboratory analysis, and considerable agricultural politics in the European Union, where Italy and Spain produce the most extra virgin olive oil globally, and where the authenticity of olive oil labelling has substantial economic consequences. The short version is that a significant proportion of what is labelled extra virgin in global markets is not, and that finding genuinely good extra virgin olive oil at a price that reflects its actual production cost is worth the effort for anyone who cooks with it regularly. The fresh olive, as consumed by everyone from Minoan palatial administrators to modern tapas bar customers, requires processing before it is edible, a constraint that makes olives unusual among fruits, which are typically edible directly from the tree in a way that presumably contributed to their attraction as food sources in the first place. Raw fresh olives are extraordinarily bitter, due to the presence of a European aglucoside compound that serves as a chemical defense against predators with far more rigidity than the fruit's fleshy exterior. Oleuropein is water-soluble, which is the key to processing olives into something palatable. Extended soaking in water, brine, or alkaline solution draws the compound out of the fruit, gradually reducing bitterness to acceptable levels. Traditional processing methods vary considerably by region and variety, ranging from simple prolonged water soaking changed daily over several weeks, to the traditional Greek method of packing olives in dry salt, to the faster modern commercial method using lysodium hydroxide, which removes oleuropein in a matter of hours, but produces a less complex flavoured result than the slower traditional methods. The geography of olive variety is as rich as the geography of any other ingredient we've discussed with the terroir concept in mind. There are estimated to be over 1,000 distinct olive varieties cultivated globally, from the large meaty Cerignola of Puglia to the tiny intensely flavoured Taggiasca of Liguria, from the buttery, mild Arbequina of Catalonia to the robust, peppery Picual of Andalusia that dominates Spanish olive oil production, from the brine-cured Greek Kalamata with its characteristic purple-black colour and rich, fruity flavour to the cracked Castelvetrano of Sicily, which is cured with neither line nor extended soaking but with a traditional method that produces an unusually mild, almost sweet result that regularly converts people who claim not to like olives. Each variety reflects the specific climate, soil and cultivation history of its region of origin, and each processes differently and produces oil with distinct flavour characteristics. The sensory panel descriptors used by professional olive oil tasters include terms like artichoke, fresh-cut grass, banana, green apple, almond, dried herbs, tomato leaf, and black pepper, none of which would be particularly intuitive if you hadn't tasted a good olive oil and noticed that these descriptions are surprisingly apt. The harvesting of olives is, like vanilla pollination, a process that has resisted full mechanization, not because the technology doesn't exist, but because the trade-offs involved in mechanical harvesting affect quality in ways that producers of premium oil consider unacceptable. Mechanical harvesting of olives can be done in several ways. Mechanical shakers that vibrate the tree trunk or branches and cause olives to fall onto nets spread below. Harvesting machines that straddle the row of trees and use combing fingers to strip the fruit. Or fully automated harvesting platforms for very densely planted modern olive orchards, specifically designed for mechanical operations. All of these methods are faster and cheaper than hand harvesting. All of them also result in more bruising of the fruit, which accelerates enzymatic processes in the olive that degrade oil quality. Before pressing, bruised olives must be processed more quickly and produce less stable oil than carefully hand-harvested ones. The oldest, most productive traditional olive trees, gnarled, enormous, with irregular canopies shaped by centuries of pruning and regrowth, are essentially impossible to harvest mechanically in any case, because their structure doesn't accommodate standardized mechanical approaches, so the ancient trees get hand-harvested as they always have, which is labour-intensive and expensive but produces the olives. There is something oddly appropriate about the fact that the oldest agricultural trees in the world require human hands to harvest. The relationship is too old and too specific to be mechanized away without losing something that isn't captured in yield statistics. The farmer who climbs into an ancient olive tree with a hand rake and a harvesting net is participating in a gesture that is continuous, in its essentials, with what Minoan farmers did in Crete 4,000 years ago. The tree may literally be the same tree, or a younger tree grown from the roots of one that old, which amounts to roughly the same thing from the perspective of agricultural continuity. The oil that results flows into a different world's stainless steel processing equipment, temperature-controlled storage tanks, global distribution networks, artisan food shops in cities the Romans would not have recognized, but it starts in the same place, with the same hands, around the same kind of tree, in the same landscape that has been producing olive oil since before the alphabet was invented. The landscape itself deserves attention, because olive-growing terrain is distinctive and beautiful in ways that are inseparable from the olive tree's specific character. Olive trees grow in poor, rocky, well-drained soils that support few other crops, the thin, limestone-strewn hillsides of the Mediterranean that would produce nothing worth eating if they were planted with most other crops produce olives with particular quality, because the stress of growing in difficult conditions concentrates the polyphenols and aromatic compounds in the fruit. This is the same inverse principle that applies to wine grapes. The vine that struggles produces more interesting fruit than the vine that has everything it needs. The silver-green leaves of olive trees, the gnarled silver-grey trunks of old trees, the characteristic dappled light that filters through an olive grove, these are not just pleasantly scenic. They are the visual expression of an agricultural system that turns difficult land into something valuable, that has been maintaining and enriching the thin soils of Mediterranean hillsides for millennia through the organic matter of fallen leaves and fruit, that represents a form of sustainable land use whose longevity is unmatched by almost any other agricultural system in the world. The philosopher Plato, who was born around 428 BCE and spent most of his life in Athens, almost certainly walked under olive trees that are still alive today in the Mediterranean. This is not a sentimental observation. It is a straightforward consequence of olive tree longevity, combined with the documented presence of ancient olive trees in the region where Plato lived. There are currently olive trees in the Garden of Gethsemane in Jerusalem, the garden where, according to the New Testament, Jesus prayed on the night before his crucifixion, that have been dated to roots more than 2,000 years old, though the above-ground trunks are considerably younger. Whether these specific trees were present during the events described in the Gospel accounts is a matter of religious significance that botanical science cannot definitively address, but what it can say is that olive trees from that period in that location are biologically capable of surviving to the present, which is a different kind of historically interesting statement. The trees that have witnessed human history are not a metaphor. Some of them are literally still standing, still producing fruit, still being harvested by human hands for a purpose that has not changed in thousands of years. The Mediterranean diet that epidemiologically studied dietary pattern associated with reduced rates of cardiovascular disease, certain cancers, and overall mortality in multiple large-scale studies is built on olive oil in ways that make it structurally inseparable from olive cultivation. The pattern of eating that researchers identified in Mediterranean populations in the mid-20th century, before industrialization had fully transformed traditional diets in southern Europe, was characterized by high consumption of vegetables, legumes, whole grains, fish and fruit, with olive oil as the primary fat and relatively limited consumption of meat and dairy. This is not primarily a diet organized around restriction. It is organized around abundance of specific foods that happen to be the foods that Mediterranean agriculture has produced most efficiently for thousands of years. The olive tree sits at the center of that agricultural system, providing the cooking fat, the dressing for vegetables, the preservation medium for other foods, and the caloric richness that makes a largely plant-based diet satisfying in ways that low-fat eating philosophies sometimes fail to achieve. The politicization of olive oil production in the modern European Union is one of those stories that manages to be simultaneously about agricultural support policy, cultural heritage protection, regional economic development, and the practical difficulties of enforcing quality standards across a product category where adulteration is profitable and detection is technically challenging. The EU's Common Agricultural Policy has supported olive oil production through various mechanisms since European integration began, with consequences for the global market that have shaped production patterns in countries as far from the Mediterranean as Argentina, Chile, Australia and California, all of which now have significant olive oil industries that emerged partly as a response to the global demand for olive oil that Mediterranean producers could not always meet, and partly as a reflection of the same terroir-minded thinking that has driven premium agricultural production in other categories. California's Napa Valley, already famous for wine, which we haven't specifically discussed, but which represents another fermented product with deep terroir connections, has developed a California extra virgin olive oil industry, producing oils of genuinely high quality from Italian, Spanish and Greek varieties adapted to the Central Valley and foothill conditions. The flavor profile of California olive oil is distinct from Tuscan or Andalusian oil in recognizable ways, reflecting the different climate, soil and variety combinations. But the quality ceiling for the best California producers is competitive with good European oils in ways that would have been difficult to claim convincingly 20 years ago. The olive branch as a symbol of peace is one of the oldest and most persistent symbolic uses of any agricultural plant, appearing in ancient Egyptian, Greek, and later Christian and Jewish iconological traditions, and subsequently in secular contexts including the United Nations emblem and the symbolism of multiple national flags. The symbolic association between the olive branch and peace is usually attributed to the olive tree's role as a long-term investment, requiring sustained peace to bear fruit. You don't plant olive groves if you expect your territory to be fought over in the next 40 years, and the presence of mature, productive olive groves is therefore an indicator of a community that has enjoyed sufficient stability to allow that investment to mature. The olive branch signals not just the desire for peace, but the conditions that make long-term agricultural investment possible, which is a more substantive form of optimism than a purely decorative symbol would convey. When a dove carries an olive branch in the iconological tradition going back to the Noah's Ark story, it is signalling not just the end of the flood, but the return of conditions in which civilization, and specifically olive-growing civilization, can resume. It is, in its quiet way, an agricultural metaphor at the heart of one of the most consequential stories in Western religious tradition. The global spread of olive cultivation beyond the Mediterranean is a recent phenomenon by the standards of the olive's history, most of it occurring in the last 200 to 300 years, as European colonists brought olive trees to the Americas, South Africa, and Australia, and as global demand for olive oil created economic incentives to establish production in new regions. But the tree itself is much older than its current geographic distribution, and the cultural weight it carries in the Mediterranean world is proportional to that age. When an Italian grandmother in her kitchen in Calabria pours olive oil over a dish of beans and goes about her day without thinking particularly hard about it, she's participating in a culinary act that is continuous with agricultural practices that predate the existence of Italy as a country, the existence of Rome as an empire, the existence of any written record of the place where she is cooking, by thousands of years. The olive oil in the bottle on her kitchen counter came from trees that were almost certainly planted by her grandparents or great-grandparents, on land that has been producing olives since before anyone alive today was born, in a landscape shaped by the olive tree's requirements, and the olive grower's care across more generations than anyone can trace. This is the peculiar temporal quality that olive cultivation adds to food history, a depth of time that is not merely metaphorical but literal, embodied in living trees, still productive, still harvested by human hands, still producing the same oil that lubricated the gears of ancient civilizations. Salt built cities and funded wars. Honey preserved the dead and sweetened the gods. Rice built civilizations from the ground up. Vanilla required a century of agricultural failure before a child solved the problem with a grass blade. The olive quietly did something different. It simply lasted. It stayed. It kept growing and producing while empires rose and fell around it, while religions changed, while languages transformed, while the people harvesting it spoke Greek and then Latin, and then various forms of Italian and Spanish and Arabic, and all the other languages that have been spoken around the Mediterranean over 3,000 years of recorded history. The olive tree witnessed all of it and continued to grow, which is, depending on your perspective, either the most passive contribution to human history imaginable or the most impressive one. Every bottle of olive oil on your shelf contains within it a compressed version of that history, the mineral-rich soil of a Mediterranean hillside, the specific climate of a particular coast or valley, the hands that harvested the olives at the right moment in autumn, the hours from harvest to press that preserved the volatile compounds intact, the millennia of cultivation that developed the variety from its wild ancestor into the productive, complex, beautiful fruit that it became. It doesn't announce any of this. It just sits on the shelf, green gold and fragrant, waiting to be poured over something, which is, arguably, exactly the right level of modesty for an ingredient with that much history behind it. The olive tree, as we've just seen, endured by simply staying put and outlasting everything around it. Chocolate took the opposite approach to historical significance. It arrived in Europe looking like something completely unrecognisable, got thoroughly reinvented by people who had no idea what the original was supposed to taste like, and then proceeded to become one of the most emotionally significant foods in the modern world. It is, in food history terms, one of the most complete makeovers ever performed on an ingredient, and the original version, had you encountered it, would have left you deeply confused about why anyone was excited. The cacao tree, Theobroma cacao, whose genus name translates with satisfying directness as food of the gods, is native to the tropical lowlands of Mesoamerica, with wild ancestors traced to the upper Amazon basin in what is now Ecuador, Colombia, and Peru. The domestication of cacao, selective cultivation of varieties with larger pods, higher bean counts, and more favourable flavour precursor profiles occurred in Mesoamerica, with the Olmec civilization, one of the earliest complex cultures of the Gulf Coast region of Mexico, generally credited with the earliest evidence of processed cacao consumption around 1500 BCE. The Olmec left relatively few written records compared to the later Maya and Aztec civilizations. So much of what we know about early cacao use comes from chemical analysis of pottery residues, traces of theobromine and caffeine, the alkaloids characteristic of cacao, found in ceramic vessels at Olmec sites rather than from textual accounts. The chemistry outlasted the texts, which is either a comment on the durability of alkaloids relative to carved stone, or simply the kind of incomplete historical record that makes ancient food history perpetually provisional. The Maya, who built one of the most sophisticated civilizations of the ancient Americas across the Yucatan Peninsula and what are now Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras, from roughly 2000 BCE through the 9th century CE, developed the most thoroughly documented pre-Columbian cacao culture. For the Maya, cacao occupied simultaneously economic, ritual, and culinary dimensions that made it one of the most significant substances in their material and spiritual life, which is a combination of roles that we've seen in salt, honey, olive oil, and various other ingredients, suggesting that the most consequential foods in human history tend to be ones that cross the boundary between the practical and the sacred rather than sitting exclusively in either category. Cacao beans functioned as currency in Maya and later Aztec economic systems, with a specificity that went beyond simple commodity exchange. The rates recorded by Spanish observers in the early 16th century, 1 tomato for a cacao bean, a rabbit for 10 beans, a turkey for 100 beans, a human porter for a day's work for around 100 beans, give a picture of a full-price system expressed in cacao, not simply using it as a medium of exchange in the way that salt was used in some other contexts, but as an actual unit of account with defined exchange rates against a range of goods and services. This is a relatively sophisticated monetary function. Cacao was not just desirable enough to trade for things, but standardized enough in value to serve as the denominator for a price list. The Aztec Empire, which absorbed and expanded on Maya economic practices after the Maya classical period decline, maintained extensive cacao stores in state treasury facilities, essentially central bank reserves, in a form that was simultaneously a commodity and a currency, which is not a combination that most modern central bankers are required to deal with, though it has its own logic. The practical problem with cacao as currency is one that any economist would identify immediately. It is perishable, unevenly produced geographically, and highly desirable to consume, which means that anyone with access to cacao stores faced a constant temptation to eat their savings. There are records from the Aztec period of counterfeit cacao beans, emptied shells filled with sand or clay, passed off as genuine beans in transactions, which is exactly what you would expect from a currency that happens to be a food. Counterfeiting is always a risk when the currency has intrinsic value, but the risk is particularly acute when the intrinsic value is something you want to eat right now. The Aztec authorities apparently dealt with counterfeit cacao with the same seriousness they brought to other forms of economic fraud, which suggests the problem was real and persistent rather than occasional. It is also, in retrospect, one of the more charming economic crimes in history. The cacao drink consumed by Mesoamerican civilizations bears, as noted, essentially no resemblance to what most people today would call hot chocolate. The Aztec preparation called zocolatl, the word that eventually became the Spanish chocolate, was a cold or room temperature beverage made from ground cacao paste mixed with water, flavored with chili peppers, vanilla, and various flowers and spices, sometimes thickened with ground maize, and sometimes aerated by pouring the mixture from a height between vessels to produce foam on the surface. The foam was considered particularly desirable. A good foam was a marker of quality in the drink, and various technical maneuvers were developed specifically to achieve it. What this tasted like is genuinely difficult to reconstruct with any confidence, because the specific chili varieties and spices used varied by region and occasion. The cacao varieties available then are different from most contemporary commercial varieties, and no one alive has grown up with this flavour profile as a reference point. Contemporary attempts to reconstruct zocolatl from historical descriptions tend to produce something that is described as intensely complex, bitter, spicy, and deeply unfamiliar interesting to historians and adventurous food enthusiasts, but not obviously the precursor to the substance that billions of people consume today as a comfort food. When Spanish colonizers brought cacao back to Europe in the early 16th century, the drink's adoption was slow and its initial reception divided. The bitterness and spice of the Mesoamerican preparation were not universally appealing to European palates unfamiliar with the flavour profile, and early European accounts describe the drink in terms ranging from cautiously curious to actively dismissive. The transformation that made cacao into chocolate as Europe came to understand it was the addition of sugar, which arrived through the same Spanish colonial networks that brought cacao, and the gradual removal or reduction of the chili component in favour of the sweeter, more familiar flavour profile that European consumers found more immediately appealing. This was not a quick or linear process. Early European chocolate drinks retained various spices, including cinnamon, black pepper, and anise, that had no counterpart in the Mesoamerican original, but reflected European spice traditions grafted onto the new ingredient. The fully sweetened, spice-free, milk-supplemented chocolate that eventually became the European standard evolved through decades of recipe adjustment in a process that was, essentially, a series of experiments in what European consumers would pay for, conducted across the kitchens of aristocratic households, where novel exotic beverages were fashionable markers of wealth and worldly sophistication. Chocolate houses establishments dedicated to the preparation and consumption of chocolate drinks appeared in London, Amsterdam, Paris, and other European cities from the mid-17th century onward, alongside the coffee houses and tea shops that were simultaneously transforming European caffeine consumption and social life. The chocolate houses of 17th and 18th century London occupied a social register slightly above coffee houses, associated with aristocratic and fashionable clientele willing to pay the considerable premium that imported cacao commanded. White's Club, now one of London's oldest and most exclusive private members' clubs, still occupying premises in St James's Street, began its existence in 1693 as a chocolate house, a fact that its current membership, which leans toward a certain type of conservative Englishman, may or may not find historically illuminating. The chocolate that White's served to its early 18th century patrons would have been a hot, sweet, spiced liquid drink served in cups closer to a very rich hot cocoa than to anything involving solid chocolate, which did not yet exist as a category. The development of solid chocolate-eating chocolate in bar form required technological advances that occurred in the 19th century and that fundamentally transformed both the economics and the cultural role of cacao. The first significant breakthrough was the cocoa press, developed by the Dutch chemist Coenraad Johannes van Houten in 1828, which allowed the fat component of cacao cocoa butter to be separated from the dry cocoa powder under hydraulic pressure. This produced two new products: Dutch cocoa powder, which was the basis for hot chocolate drinks of much more consistent and controllable character than the earlier preparations, and cocoa butter, which turned out to be the key ingredient for making solid chocolate. The Fry & Sons Company in Bristol, England, discovered in 1847 that combining cocoa powder with cocoa butter and sugar produced a paste that could be poured into moulds and set into a solid form at room temperature, the first recognisable eating chocolate. The result was, by later standards, somewhat grainy and intensely bitter, but the principle was established. Chocolate could be a solid food that people could eat directly, not just a beverage that required preparation equipment and serving vessels. The subsequent decades of the 19th century saw a cascade of improvements that shaped modern chocolate. The Swiss chocolatier Daniel Peter developed milk chocolate in 1875 by incorporating condensed milk developed by Henri Nestlé in what turned out to be a commercially consequential collaboration into the chocolate mixture, producing a milder, creamier product that was more approachable to consumers who found dark chocolate's bitterness challenging. Rodolphe Lindt, also Swiss, invented the conching process in 1879, a prolonged mixing and aeration of the chocolate paste under heat, which develops flavour complexity, reduces harsh tannins, and produces the smooth, melt-in-the-mouth texture that characterises fine chocolate. The duration of conching, from as little as a few hours for basic commercial chocolate to several days for premium products, remains one of the main variables that distinguish fine chocolate from industrial chocolate today, and Lindt's basic process, refined and systematized but fundamentally the same, is still the standard. The combination of these innovations, the cocoa press, eating chocolate in bar form, milk chocolate, conching compressed within roughly 50 years of the 19th century, transformed chocolate from an expensive luxury beverage consumed primarily by the wealthy into an industrial product available to broad populations at accessible prices. The timing coincided with the industrialization of sugar production, the expansion of plantation cacao cultivation in West Africa, and the development of food manufacturing industries that could produce chocolate confectionery at scale. By the early 20th century, the basic contours of the modern chocolate industry were recognizable: large manufacturers, standardized products, widespread distribution, and a price point that made chocolate a routine pleasure rather than an aristocratic one. The West African dimension of modern chocolate production is one of the industry's most significant and most uncomfortable aspects, and it deserves honest acknowledgement. The expansion of cacao cultivation from its Mesoamerican origins into West Africa, particularly into what are now Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, which together produce roughly 2/3 of the world's cacao, occurred through colonial agricultural development in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The labour systems associated with cacao cultivation in West Africa have been the subject of significant investigation and criticism, with various reports over the past several decades documenting the use of child labour in cacao farming, including children working in hazardous conditions on farms supplying the global chocolate industry. The major chocolate manufacturers have made various commitments to address these issues since the early 2000s, with mixed results in terms of measurable improvement in labour conditions on the ground. The gap between the price at which cacao farmers in West Africa sell their beans and the retail price of a chocolate bar in a European or American shop, which typically involves a markup of many hundreds of %, reflects the same structural imbalance between commodity producers and finished product consumers that we've seen in vanilla, coffee, and other agricultural commodities. It is not a new problem. It is a persistent one that the relatively low price of chocolate in consumer markets both depends on and obscures. The cacao bean's journey from the farm to a finished chocolate bar involves the fermentation and drying steps we discussed in the fermentation chapter, which are absolutely critical to developing chocolate flavour, followed by roasting, cracking and winnowing to remove the shell, grinding into a liquid mass called chocolate liquor, and then various combinations of pressing, mixing, conching and tempering depending on the final product. The tempering step, carefully controlling the temperature of molten chocolate during cooling to encourage the formation of a specific crystal structure in the cocoa butter, is what gives well-made chocolate its characteristic snap when broken and its smooth gloss. Improperly tempered chocolate, which forms different crystal structures, develops a greyish surface bloom and a crumbly texture that is neither visually attractive nor particularly pleasant in texture, even if the flavour is unaffected. Tempering is one of those technical skills that separates good chocolate work from mediocre chocolate work, with a clarity that is immediately visible and immediately relevant to anyone who has ever tried to make chocolate confectionery at home and ended up with something that looked vaguely geological. The flavour chemistry of fine chocolate is, as noted in the fermentation chapter, extraordinarily complex, with over 600 volatile aromatic compounds identified in fully processed dark chocolate, making it one of the most chemically complex foods in the human diet. The specific combination of flavours that any given chocolate expresses: the fruity brightness, the floral notes, the earthy depth, the roasted bitterness, The specific kind of sweetness depends on the cacao variety and its growing region, the fermentation conditions, the roasting profile, and the conching treatment in combinations that are as variable and as terroir-dependent as the wine and olive oil we've discussed throughout this series. The fine chocolate movement that emerged in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the bean-to-bar makers who sourced specific cacao varieties from specific farms, controlled their own fermentation and roasting parameters, and sold single-origin chocolate bars at prices reflecting the actual complexity of what they had made, is in many ways the same story as the artisan honey, the aged balsamic vinegar, and the heirloom tomato. A premium market segment reclaiming the flavour complexity that industrial production had sacrificed to consistency and low cost. The cultural role that chocolate has developed in the modern world as comfort, as gift, as romantic symbol, as reward reflects something about its specific sensory properties that is worth considering. Chocolate melts at approximately body temperature, which is not a coincidence in terms of the pleasure it produces. The melting of cocoa butter in the mouth releases the volatile aromatic compounds simultaneously, with the tactile sensation of a solid becoming liquid, producing a uniquely sensory moment that no other common food replicates with quite the same precision. The specific compounds in chocolate theobromine, phenylethylamine, various flavonoids, as well as the caffeine content and the sugar have been studied extensively in relation to their psychological effects, with results that are less dramatic than popular accounts sometimes suggest, but that do point toward mild mood, elevating and stimulating properties that are real, if subtle. The association between chocolate and emotional comfort is not purely cultural conditioning. There is something in the chemistry, working alongside the sensory pleasure and the cultural meanings that have accumulated around the ingredient over centuries, that makes chocolate a particularly effective vehicle for the feeling of being taken care of. The journey from Aztec currency to modern comfort food spans roughly 500 years of contact, adaptation, reinvention, industrialization, ethical complication, and artisanal recovery, a trajectory that is, in compressed form, the trajectory of most foods that move from pre-Columbian Mesoamerica to global consumption. The tomato was feared. Vanilla was locked by biological accident in Mexico until a child solved the problem with a blade of grass. Cacao was transformed so completely that its original users would have difficulty recognizing what it became. And yet in each case something essential from the original survived. The vanilla's extraordinary aromatic complexity, the tomato's irreplaceable flavor chemistry, and in chocolate, the fundamental intensity of the cacao bean, bitter, deep, dark, unlike anything else that sits beneath the sugar and milk and careful processing like the ancient root system of a very long-lived tree. You can soften it, sweeten it, add milk and vanilla and elaborate tempering. But underneath all of that, it is still a tropical seed from a forest in the Americas, still carrying within it the flavor of a civilization that used it as money, as ritual, as sustenance, and as something close to sacred all at the same time, and now, having traveled through salt and honey and rice, through vanilla and fermentation and tea and cheese, through the feared tomato and the immortal olive tree and the reinvented cacao bean, we arrive at the end of this particular journey through the history that lives inside your food. Or rather, not quite the end, because the journey itself doesn't end. It continues quietly every time you eat. Consider what has been sitting on your kitchen shelves and your dining table all along, with very little ceremony. The salt in the shaker beside your stove, the descendant of the white mineral that built Venice, funded the Roman army, drove the French Revolution, and was carried by Gandhi across 240 miles of Indian coastline to make a political point that changed history. The honey in the jar, chemically unchanged from what was sealed in Egyptian tombs 3,000 years ago, made by bees who flew the equivalent of twice around the earth to fill a container you bought without thinking particularly hard about the price. The jar of tomato passata in the pantry, the product of a journey that began in a Mexican highland, passed through 2 centuries of European botanical suspicion, and ended up permanently and irrevocably remaking Italian cuisine into something that never existed before it arrived. The rice in the bag, 10,000 years of human selection, compressed into a grain small enough to hold between 2 fingers, representing agricultural knowledge developed across dozens of cultures and thousands of generations, still feeding more than half the people currently alive on Earth with the same basic plant that someone in the Yangtze River Valley decided was worth cultivating before writing had been invented. The olive oil in the bottle pressed from trees that may be older than the country, whose name appears on the label, carrying in its flavour profile the specific combination of soil, climate, and microbial community of a hillside that has been producing olives since before Rome was founded. The vanilla in the extract, the concentrated aromatic legacy of an orchid that flowers for one day, pollinated by hand on a farm in Madagascar by someone continuing a technique developed by a 12-year-old in 1841 who was never adequately credited for it in his own lifetime. The chocolate in the drawer, saved for when you need it, which is a decision that would have been incomprehensible to the Aztec warrior, who valued a turkey at roughly 100 cacao beans, or to the 17th century Londoner who paid more for a cup of chocolate than for dinner. The cheese aging at the back of the refrigerator, the product of bacteria, rennet, salt, time, and the specific accumulated knowledge of a cheese-making tradition that has been refining its technique since long before anyone understood what bacteria were. The cup of tea cooling on the counter, the same plant that furnished Chinese emperors and Buddhist monks, launched the American Revolution as a side effect and was elevated by a Japanese tea master into an entire philosophy of human presence and attention. This is what food is, when you look past the daily utility of it. It is the accumulated knowledge of every generation that figured out how to make something from what the natural world provided, how to make salt edible, how to cure meat with it, how to keep honey indefinitely, how to grow rice on a mountain, how to coax flavour from a cacao seed through fermentation and roasting, how to train an olive tree on a rocky hillside and keep it productive for 1,000 years. Every technique in this history was discovered by someone, usually through a combination of accident, observation, and the determination to repeat the experiment and see if it worked again. The vast majority of those people are completely unknown. Their names were not recorded. The specific moment of discovery was not witnessed by anyone who wrote it down. What survived was the result, the method, the flavour, the tradition passed between hands across generations in the way that skill always travels, by doing, by watching, by trying and failing and trying again. The bread on your table is the most straightforward example. Someone, approximately 14,000 years ago, mixed crushed grain with water and placed the resulting paste on a hot stone. The flatbread that resulted was, by any measure, a worse product than what you can buy at any supermarket today, denser, harder, more limited in flavour, without the complexity that fermentation and leavening add. But it was bread. It was something that had been transformed from raw grain into food by the application of heat, and the understanding that grain, water and fire could do something together that they couldn't do separately. The person who first made that bread did not know they were beginning a 14,000-year tradition that would include sourdough cultures maintained for centuries, stone mills, wood-fired ovens, the entire baking profession, the science of gluten development, and eventually artisan bakeries selling country loaves for prices that would have seemed deeply unreasonable to any of their predecessors. They just knew that the thing they had made was edible and presumably worth making again. That continuous thread from the first grain-water mixture on a hot stone to the loaf of bread currently in your kitchen is the thread that connects you to every human being who ever ate. Not as a poetic conceit, but as a literal chain of transmitted knowledge and transmitted practice. Each generation learned from the one before, modified what they received, passed it forward, and in doing so maintained a link to the people who came before them that persists through everything else that changed. Languages evolved into new languages, and those evolved further. Religions rose and transformed and sometimes disappeared. Political structures were built and dismantled. Technologies were developed that made entire previous ways of life obsolete overnight. Through all of it, people continued to make bread from grain and water and heat, to preserve food with salt, to keep bees and harvest their honey, to press olives and store the oil, to ferment milk into cheese and grape juice into wine and soybeans into miso. The ingredients are the same, the methods have been refined, the thread has never broken. When you eat, you are at the end of that thread the most recent person to benefit from everything that everyone before you figured out. The flavour of good honey tastes to you exactly as it tasted to an Egyptian priest 3,000 years ago, because honey doesn't change and human taste receptors don't change, and the chemistry between the two doesn't change. The comfort of warm bread fresh from the oven is the same comfort that every person who has ever eaten bread has experienced, from the first flatbread on a stone to the loaf cooling on a rack in a kitchen this evening. The bitterness of good dark chocolate contains within it the forest floors of Mesoamerica, and the hands of farmers in West Africa, and the inventiveness of 19th century Swiss chocolatiers, and the 500-year reinvention of an ingredient that was already ancient when Europeans first encountered it. All of this is in the food. It is always in the food, waiting quietly for you to notice it, or simply to receive it without noticing, which works just as well. The history doesn't require your attention to be present. It is there regardless, in the chemistry, in the technique, in the continuous human effort that produced, over thousands of years, the particular flavours and textures and combinations that sustain us and please us, and occasionally move us in ways that are difficult to explain except by saying that something very old is speaking to something equally old in ourselves. So let these flavours and these stories settle into the quiet place behind your thoughts. Let the grain, and the salt, and the honey, and the olive oil, and the cacao, and the fermented things, and the aged things, and the things that took centuries to become what they are, find their places in the gentle inventory of what the world contains that is worth knowing about. The kitchen is, as we said at the very beginning, a time machine not in the science fiction sense of the word, but in the only sense that actually matters. It connects you, every time you cook and every time you eat, to everyone who ever did the same thing before you, which is everyone who ever lived, which is quite a lot of company, quietly present at every meal. Sleep well, sweet dreams to all of you, wherever you're watching from tonight.